Happy Friday, people. How's it going? Are we good? Zeke, you mentalist. Packing in with the bitties. They're not needed, mate. They're appreciated, but not required, but they're awesome. Thank you. Hanacorn, good to see you. Choppers, geezer. How's it going, black mate? You alright? Yeah, lovely jabs. Right. We're going to get freaky tonight. We're going to be, I might go to some Nukes top 5 later on, but I think we're going to start off with some Nexpo. Yo, Jay, just the man. You're awake. Thank God for that. Zoom to mouse ain't working. Twitch tools ain't working. Yeah, just those. But yeah, we're gonna start off with some Nexpo. I don't know if you know Nexpo. What have mate? I haven't broken nothing. I ain't broke nothing. It's this damn old BS bullshit. But yeah, we're gonna start with some Nexpo. So Nexpo does these videos on YouTube, and they are creepy as shit. Creepy as shit. We've got mouse up. All right, so when he dies and it doesn't break something. Let's have the starter and then bang out the main stuff. Excuse me. All due respect, lovely jumps or keys. Yes, and it's some of it's pretty dark. So I thought it's about time I got onto some of this on stream. The Hawk is back. You may see the Hawk is back. Who's banging one out? Can we not start in chat, please, Jay? Yeah, the Hawk is back. Give him a haircut earlier. Maybe not the straightest, but fuck it. Right, so without further ado, let's get some headset on so I can hear stuff. There we go. Lovely jumps. Right. Let it grow. Mate, it's already really long. It's already really long. So Nexpo. Let's get dark.
The following program is rated TV-MALV. It contains strong language and violence.
Not long enough. Oh, shut up. I'm not a punk rocker. I'm not a punk rocker. Is this even playing? Why am I not hearing it? Jay, why am I not hearing it? There we go. Now I'm hearing it. I love his intros as well. His intros themselves are dark.
An encyclopedia.
Awesome. I do my shopping at home, pay my bills.
And I can learn something new.
Why is Kids TV so sinister? Yes, bosh! Well, and I had an 18 inch packet.
This morning, an earthquake at 4:31 West Coast time. Strong, jolting, and rumbling. It pushed its way through the southern...
Is anyone feeling disturbed already? Because I am. Is anyone feeling disturbed already?
An earthquake at 4:31 West Coast time. Strong, jolting, and rumbling. It pushed its way through Southern California.
I also have to warn you as we begin this special report that what you're about to see almost defies description, and some of you may not want to watch it.
39 people in one house dead, and no one can explain why.
This is the body of the 20th victim found, a minister from Fairway, Kansas. It'll take a long time to get things back in shape. Some feel they never will.
Yo, you alright, Jay? Do you need the password?
The year is 2020. A woman and her husband move into a duplex, sharing the home with two other tenants, an elderly woman and her adult daughter.
Chappers, you got banned. What for?
Nothing seems out of the ordinary. In fact, they never see them, and not once do they act. At least, until...
He's flipping got banned on my email. I've got banned for, bro.
This begins seemingly out of nowhere and appears to have no end. And
Proper giving it to the staff
every
emails on
single
your
time they do this, their dog
Yahoo
freaks out,
mail. What?
causing their newborn to cry and causing the banging to only become worse. It's a constant back and forth dynamic, and things are quickly spiraling out of control. The cops aren't doing anything, the landlord is no help. And so, at their wits' end, they take to Reddit.com
Looking for abuse
to air out
stuff.
their
Bloody hell.
grievances.
How you doing, honey? You good?
At 11:09 p.m. on September 13th of 2020, a Redditor named Peaches and Glitter ventures to r/legal advice to make a post titled, "Delusional neighbor bangs on the shared wall when our baby cries, and nothing can be done about it?" It reads the following.
I'm very well, thank you. Very well. I was, but this is... I can see it's going sinister.
I live in a dupe in Washington State with my husband and my son, who is only a few months old. My father-in-law owns half the duplex and is renting it to us, and the other half is owned by an older woman and her adult daughter. My father-in-law has known the women for over 15 years and told us before we moved in that the daughter was mentally ill and had strong delusions on occasion that caused trouble with the previous tenants. The last tenants apparently had to get a civil anti-harassment order placed against the daughter, but eventually moved out when the behaviors never stopped. Apparently, the neighbor
That's really
accused them
sad.
of kidnapping and abusing their children, and even abusing their dogs. My husband
So,
and I brought our son
and
home
this
to
is this YouTube channel called Nexpo, and this is volume 14 of his disturbing things from around the internet. He gets some proper dark stuff that I've not seen anywhere else. It's freaky as shit. This is one of his latest ones. So yeah, it's a bit more slow burning than say Nuke's Top 5, which is one after the other, but it's I think it's worth it because the payoff's normally quite bad, to be honest. What issues have I got today? Basically, Zoom to mouse ain't working at all. And Twitch tools by Bar Raider ain't working either on the Stream Deck.
months ago, and we didn't have any issues with the neighbor until about 2 weeks ago. She has begun banging on and throwing things at the walls when our son cries. She screams at us as well.
They moved in
Usually can't hear
with the
what she's
young
actually saying.
child.
You know,
The next door neighbor is
going absolutely ballistic
mentally ill.
banging. It's absolutely
Scared off the
chaos,
previous
and it's
tenants.
made my postpartum anxiety so much worse. Every time the baby cries, I experience intense panic, waiting for the screaming and banging to start.
Gets warmed up for
Not
the main scary stuff in it.
Twice when I can't handle it anymore.
Trust me, chappers.
And the first
Trust
time
me.
They talked to her, and she stopped doing it as often.
I kind of feel bad for both sides on this so far, though.
Tonight,
It can't be easy for
she's
either of them.
back at it, and worse than ever. The air quality is so bad right now from the fires that I can't let the dogs out for long to stop them from barking. And the barking makes the baby cry harder, which makes the neighbors scream and pound on the walls harder. The officer I spoke with says we can try to get a civil anti-harassment waste, but he knew for a fact that her behaviors never stopped after the last tenants tried that, and he said his unofficial advice
Yeah,
would be
but
to live
she's
somewhere
mentally
else.
ill. She can't help it.
Is that seriously my only option? We can't afford to move, but I can't keep living like this.
That's quite cool. It's like an old school loading screen.
Unfortunately, this post went largely unseen by anyone online, merely generating 40 upvotes and 16 comments.
Because we changed it. Right,
A user
okay.
named Lifeguard Ill suggested that the neighbor was merely banging walls. They were sick of the noise she was making. She's an owner, so you can't do anything. Your best solution is to properly insulate the walls.
Do you want me to try it
yourself.
again now, Jay?
From the other point of view, having a newborn baby in a shared dwelling is really shitty to your neighbors from the noise. Just as much as you don't like the pounding, your neighbors hate your crying noises
Good word,
and
no.
dogs barking. Maybe your neighbors can't handle the crying anymore. You should really look into soundproofing or your neighbor could start calling animal control and CPS for all the noise you make. Stop blaming the neighbor when you're the one making all the noise.
I've got tech support. Absolutely. Mate, I need tech support.
Thought process.
I need it.
The perspective is entirely valid. They are responsible for half of this duplex, and there's really not much they can do about their distaste for a neighbor. As a matter of fact,
It's now not
that was
unzooming.
largely the sentiment of those who did see her post. There's nothing she can do. And the matter was left at that.
Oi, oi! How's my volume levels, guys? Everything okay? I was adjusting things late last night. I don't mind. He doesn't have a choice. I'll just call him in anyway. Turn up El Gato. El Gato's on... How's that? Bit low on what I'm watching. Right. That should be better. It was only half. Yeah, it's because the PC
My
panel
first
you have
post
to
never
go
got much
down and catch it
attention,
up and
but
bring
the
it up.
outcome was pretty wild. Short version. In October of 2020, my and I were in a duplex, where my father-in-law owned the half that we lived in, and his family owned the other half. We brought our son home from the NICU in August, and towards the end of September, the neighbor started to pound on the shared wall if she could hear him cry. The pounding escalated over the next 2 months. The neighbor bought a phone to yell through the wall and threatened to rip us apart. She called us child predators, and she'd yell obscenities and threats until 3 or 4 in the morning. The police were called multiple times, yet nothing could be done about it. One officer told us, "I'm gonna kill you." See, it doesn't mean anything if I don't actually do it. The elderly mother hadn't been seen in several months, but requests for wellness checks were brushed off. The general advice that I got was that as renters, we couldn't do anything. It was also suggested that this was reasonable behavior since the crying baby was probably really annoying. Since my first post, we moved in with my grandmother for her safety. The neighbor ended up busting a softball-sized hole through the shared wall to scream at us and occasionally just stare at us. The smell that came out of the hole was indescribably bad. Our security cameras recorded her coming in my son's nursery window at around 2 a.m. almost daily, just staring and holding her cat.
Here's the cat lady.
It took until the end of January for the police to be able to enter her property. And as it turned out, the elderly mother had been deceased since at least June, and the daughter had the corpse dressed in her Sunday best, rotting in a dead-bolted bedroom.
Like some
The news
Norman
article
Bates
said the
shit,
mother
this.
died from natural causes, and the daughter was taken to an inpatient psychiatric facility. I would be remiss if I didn't state the obvious, that fabricating stories online happens all the time and is remarkably simple to pull off. In the current online landscape, it almost seems like fake stories outweigh real ones by a large
I'm happy with your lack of
incentivized by
Me too,
online
mate.
notoriety
Me too.
and the pursuit of upvotes. There was something about this one, though, that seemed eerily specific. The premise was haunting, yet it seemed entirely legitimate.
Could be fake, but it could have happened. It probably happens more often than we realise, to be honest. Skin a shoe, bruv. Chappers.
In January of 2021, authorities in the city of Richland, Washington, made their way to the home of Peaches and Glitter in response to their 911 call. While there, they encounter a disgruntled 45-year-old woman named Angela Greiner through the hole she carved in their shared wall, and immediately notice an overwhelming odor. Because of this, they request to be let in to ensure everything there is okay, yet Greiner staunchly refused. For over a week, she wouldn't let a single soul in, no matter how hard law enforcement tried, However, what she was unaware of was that police were already in the process of obtaining a warrant, essentially permitting them access regardless of her consent.
Yeah, mindset is shocking.
By February 4th, their warrant's granted, and so Richland PD returns and forces their way inside. And as expected from the revolting odor, the corpse of Griner's mother, a 67-year-old woman named Claudia Kinney, was rotting inside their locked
67's
bedroom.
still young.
She reportedly died from pulmonary emphysema and was believed to have been decomposing inside that home for nearly 7 months.
So Jay, that happens when I'm connected
As
to
stated by the OP,
Restream. That's why I go back
Griner
to
was
Twitch.
taken to an inpatient psychiatric facility, and since then, there have been no further updates on her status or whereabouts.
Is that the
The
actual
duplex,
house then?
to this day, still stands, yet now bears a reputation forever haunted by the grim events that took there. The story in its entirety drives home the fact that you truly never know who's beside you, who's across from you, who is on the other side of
Donate for
the
more
wall by
gigabits. I
which you
want some
sleep.
Tesco internet buy.
For months, this
Cheers, mate.
family was unknowingly going about their daily lives with the human corpse just feet away from them and completely unaware that their neighbor was living alongside it. At the end of it all, Peaches and Glitter just wanted a home for their family, a place their newborn could grow up happily. Yet, little
Appreciate
did they
the
know
love,
what they
choppers.
were getting into and what was waiting for them on the other side.
It's one thing when you don't feel safe at home. It's the one place you should feel safe.
Call 911 to report a blocked driveway or a loud stereo.
911 lines open for real alert.
Hello.
Anything else or directory assistance? Think before you call 911. Think before you call
Yeah, I know. That's what I said.
911. Before you call 911.
So because I've gone back, that's why I've gone back to just straight to Twitch. Polk County, Florida.
It's evening in Polk County, Florida. A 76-year-old woman named Loretta Pickard is home alone,
Happy?
asleep on her couch. She had just undergone hip surgery, so she was unable to move. However, her evening was just like any other. It's dark, it's cold out, and her home rests in a tenacious state of tranquility.
Yeah, well that. You bastard. I thought it was on the video, you bastard.
At 7 p.m.,
I thought it was part
Loretta
of the video.
notices that
I was
something
like,
is wrong. The smell of smoke awakes her. However, because she's disabled, she's unable to check what's causing it. During this, her husband was away with grandkids, so she was effectively helpless in place. Meanwhile, the smell persists. Something is on fire. And so, she grabs her phone, dials 911, and explains to dispatch the following.
it's the actual recording. Let's skip the call. Let's listen.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Pardon?
911, what is the address of your emergency? Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
I think my house is on fire, and I'm here alone, and I'm in a walker.
I'm here alone.
Okay.
I'm in a walker.
All right, I have a couple more. I just have a couple of questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, just to help the the firefighters, excuse me.
Go on.
Hurry up.
Okay, these questions are not going to delay paramedics in any way.
Firefighters.
Okay, what type of building is involved?
It's a log house with a tin roof, but it's coming from the roof, I think. I don't know.
Okay, I have help on the way, okay? These questions are not delaying the firefighters at all, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, I do have them coming. All right, I'm sending the fire department to help you now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
What should I do?
Okay, is anyone trapped inside the building?
Well, I'm in the house. I don't even know if I can get out.
Okay. All right, I have them coming as quickly as possible, okay? How many?
It's just me.
Okay.
I mean, my husband's at the ball game, and I can't get him. I'll try his cell phone.
Okay, exactly where are you located? No, inside the home. Exactly where are you located inside the home?
Right now I'm in the living room. The smoke's getting bad.
Okay, if it's safe to do so, leave the building, close the doors behind you, and remain outside. Do not try to put the out. Do not carry anything. Do not carry out anything that's on fire.
Couldn't, honey, if I wanted to.
Do not carry out anything that's
I'm on a
fire.
walker, and I can't hardly walk.
Okay. All right, well, I do have them coming as quickly as possible, okay, so just let me know when you see them. Okay, where exactly is the fire?
On the roof, I think.
Okay. Okay, is anyone injured?
No, I'm the only one here. I'm not injured, but my eyes are full of smoke. My lungs, I can't get out the door.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I have them coming, okay? They're coming as quickly as possible, lights and sirens, okay?
Okay.
This back and forth continues for 15 agonizing minutes. Yet for this entire duration, help never seemed to come. Nevertheless, the fire seems to be going. Where is one?
Oh, I see fire now.
Okay.
Are you here?
Yes, they're here. They're there. I'm letting them know exactly what's going on, okay? They are there.
Okay.
I promise they are right there. It's just they have to make their way into you, okay?
Okay, but they better run.
Oh, woman.
Come in here. I'm in hot.
Okay, Jim, stay on the line with me, okay? What's your husband's name?
She's alone. She's told you twice already. Told you twice already she's alone.
Hello? Hello?
What's going on?
Hello? Hello?
Is that the fire you think?
Hello?
Why?
This sound, the sound flames engulfing the Pickard home, continues for 9 minutes straight, with the dispatcher reassuring her the entire time that help is on the way. Little did they know, though, that on the other end of the line, there was no longer anyone there to hear it. Loretta Pickard, in this moment and contrary to all assurances by dispatch, had perished in the fire.
It's awful. Zeke, pack it in. Cheers, mate. Much
You wouldn't.
appreciated.
But for over half of this phone call, help was just a few short feet away. Firefighters were outside when she was alive and had every opportunity to save her, but didn't.
I didn't.
That evening, there were unfortunately no fire hydrants
Doctor
anywhere
driver,
near
no
the
worries, mate. You have a
residence,
good one.
so the crew was left to
Let's
utilize the
give
reserves in their truck.
Zeke another shout out, shall
Instead
we?
of putting out the house fire with Loretta trapped inside, however, the crew's captain, James Williams, used the entirety of the reserves to combat what he described as a forest fire behind the home. This, by default, nullified any potential of combating the blaze's origin, diminishing any possibility of saving Loretta.
So you used
I don't-
all of the water to get to the house. Yeah.
In a case 8 on your side has been investigating all year long. Loretta Pickard died in her burning Lakeland home, pleading for help, but firefighters stood by and did nothing about it. Well, her state will receive the maximum amount of money under state law. 8 on your side, Stacy DeSilva reports from Polk County.
Loretta Pickard's niece tells me the settlement does provide a bit of closure.
I mean, it's
Since the
200,000, it's a lot
the
of money,
Pickard
but
family had gone a grueling
doesn't
legal
replace
battle
someone, does it?
against the county, as in the weeks following the fire, it's been known that James Williams would frequently take Snapchat videos while at the scene of house fires.
what a prick.
And allegedly, the evening of Loretta's death was no different. Even further, it's been stated by bystanders that little to no effort was made to get inside the home either, effectively leaving her helpless and alone to endure one of the most horrific deaths imaginable. In the aftermath of this incident, the Pickard family has been given a $200,000 settlement from Polk County in response to their inaction. On top of this, James Williams
Sucks.
has since been fired,
Good.
and devoid of heartbreak, loss, and despair, has been eternally left in their wake.
I mean, could you not get charged for manslaughter or something like that?
No matter how much money, how much action is and has been taken after this incident, nothing in the world can bring back a family member who lost their life during a moment of desperation. It was the day after Thanksgiving, a time engulfed in positivity. However, for the Pickard family, this day will forever be
Everyone where a
remembered
woman is in
as
a
the
car that's
last
gone
that they
into a
would
lake and she
ever
drowns while
spend
on the
with her.
phone. Bloody hell.
That fateful
Horrible.
night,
Absolutely
Loretta's
horrible.
husband James lost the life. Their grandkids left a loving home that they would never return to. And their entire family had
Bless her.
unknowingly said their final goodbyes to the beloved grandmother that they would never see again.
Oh, because he was panicking, the responder was getting pissy. No way. Jesus.
Do not hang around the restrooms. And if you see any of your playmates about to get into trouble,
get help from this officer, someone you know. You not only have to look out for yourself, but for the little children who don't know any better and can't understand that some people are sick in the mind.
These intros, though, there's just something about them that's really dark and creepy.
In 2010, a YouTube channel was born.
Vera Koroteva.
It's named Vera Koroteva.
460 subscribers.
Over the span
Better
of
than
less
me.
than 1 year,
I'm
they'd
streaming on
upload
YouTube, by the
over
way.
1.4 thousand videos to the platform. Within them, we're able to observe the inside of an apartment occupied by what seems to be a family. And to be honest, not a whole lot seems to happen. They spend a ton of time watching TV and lounging around. And at first glance, it seems like this channel might be nothing more than an archival page run by them. Now, this would make sense. However, there's one small problem. This isn't Vera's only camera.
Appreciate that, honey. Don't forget to subscribe. It's like a follow, but it's called subscribe, so it doesn't cost anything. Like it does on Twitch. It's just like a follow. Yeah.
This channel, Vera Koroteva, is likely run by not the tenants, but their landlord. And they've got eyes
Much appreciated.
everywhere.
Just look at the heat up. It's getting warm.
Taking a look at the details of Vera's videos presents some eccentric discoveries. For instance, their titles regularly reference names like Putin and Hitler, and often use incredibly abrasive language when referring to their residents and the police.
Jacob's
Furthermore,
there.
in their descriptions, they can also be found going off about useless drunkards, housing the disabled, and something about smoke. But out of everything, the video that really made me realize that something is off here came with their upload from the 26th of October 2019.
Still not working.
It's simply titled Water
Baba
Supply
Booey.
Repair, and at first glance, it seems ordinary. Upon translating the description,
I'm going to try it again, Jay.
we find this.
I can't speak Russian. Vera Koroteva. Shall we have a quick look, see if that's still active? Vera Koroteva. YouTube. Got a lot more subscribers now. Four years, 5 years. So nothing recent. Russian police going in. And yeah, it's still showing
Be
it's not
honest with
linked.
you.
Gives like a yellow
I've tried
triangle
to
there.
read through this multiple times to glean any sort of logical flow in their wording, but doesn't make much sense at all. From what I could gather, though, Vera seems to be furious at it. They then go forth to this legal document documents that I believe they requested, and then fantasize about killing them by cutting the judge's throat with a razor. It's incredibly disconcerting, and regardless if the tenants even know that they're being watched, what I do know is that they are, without a doubt, completely unaware of what's going on in these descriptions. For over 4 years, this bizarre, without a doubt, completely unaware.
He blocked the fence and gave her water. The fucking neighbours are something. That's, yeah, I like the way you censor that. That's why they have a lot of money and they have good housing at my and the same expense. The judge of the Ostanskin must go life among the paradise of the court without honour of conscience. She doesn't have a purple. She's a freaking whore. How the Pope is checked, they have gynecological research. And look at Daddy, he or the fucker Chokorova, but judges are not tested that way. They believe that she is integrated and she has honour and that she is honest. I did not request documents in case... I did not make requests to the Milarovo Mental Hospital and to the Kanaskaya Court of the Verkhnedonsky District, is it for you to say? Number 0359, warrant number 374, dated March 2nd, 2004. Judge Reza Grieve fired for drilling, and Galina Martichenko and prosecutor Shaz, judge prosecutors. If I make requests for documents, I will not be sended. This is the judge's calculation. That is the whore thought that I would be able to prove the right of the owner's right to the housing contract immediately. 57 Housing Code of the Russian Federation of 50 and 51 lists of diseases. If such a right appears, housing shall be given immediately and for and prostitutes. Okay? Judge of the Moscow City Court, Voronina and in Lemagina. Shabakova and Sekratutka prostitutes. Surchina number on YouTube, set Putin and his prostitutes. We will not draw up a contract for the husband. Zenga died in 2014. They set up 100 and hanged a drug addict on the neck of a disabled person. They set up 100 and hanged a drug addict on the neck of a disabled person, with the expectation that the disabled person will cut their throat with a razor. The judge come in, a sneak at night, and demand to cut their throat with a razor. And I am a fool. Well, a razor, that is, but they will put me in prison and they need housing, a communal room. Wife, what the factory earned, they created such an environment, housing for a wife. And if it were for me, then fuck me, they sent my daughter and her hangout, and they intentionally did this. What in the name of Greek buggery is she talking about?
Aware of what's going on in these descriptions. For over 4 years, this bizarre channel has sat like this, completely untouched and unnoticed by the broader internet. With this, their backlog spanning thousands of videos are public, documenting complete strangers living out their daily lives without even the slightest hint that the very person who owns the building they live in is broadcasting them to the world.
That's weird.
Today,
that's weird.
Vera Koroteva stands as an eerie look into the incredibly bizarre behavior of a peeping landlord. It's an unsettling digital relic, hidden away inside the furthest confines of YouTube's darkest abyss. I have absolutely no idea what compelled this person to do this, and even more so, what caused them to abandon their project completely. If the upload rate wasn't enough, they appeared intensely dedicated to their cause, as not only were there security camera videos, but also uploads containing phone calls, conversations, and even trips to our locations. With the language barrier stopping me in my tracks, though, unfortunately, deciphering any of this has been ultimately futile.
So much information, look.
By the off chance any of you watching can speak or understand Russian, I am incredibly interested to learn more about why this channel exists and what exactly they were doing. Who are these people? And why are they here? Why do the cops constantly pop in? And what are they looking for? Most importantly though, why the hell is all of this public? And who in the world is Vera Koroteva?
weird.
The goal of this video is to make you aware of the potential for differential pressure situations. The key is to recognize them beforehand and make sure you are prepared to deal with them.
Don't have that monitor on an old
Because
PC, you know.
when it's gotcha, it's gotcha.
It showed a monitor on the screen. I'm sure I had that on an old PC. Again, you find yourself in the deep.
Back in February, we discussed the unquantifiable horrors of the ocean. Earth's greatest enigma. An entire biosphere not made for us. One of humanity's greatest mysteries has always been exploring the far reaches of the deep sea. And, in a way, much of what's in it is completely alien to us.
It's weird stuff when you go really
The
deep.
peculiar
You know?
thing about the
Weird
ocean
stuff.
is that it makes up the vast majority of the planet we live on, yet stands so painstakingly inaccessible to humanity. The potential for death, freak accidents, and disappearances are so exponentially high, all spawned entirely
lionfish.
by the mere nature
I think it is,
of
you
the
know.
ocean's environmental medium.
2 lionfish. One big one there. There's another one there, I think.
In February of 2022, 5 divers are commissioned by a fuel trading company named Peria to perform maintenance on an oil pipeline. Located at Punta Pier on the western coast of Trinidad and Tobago, the 30-inch wide pipe stretches from an oil riser named Berth 5, 60 feet vertically down into the ocean, 1,200 feet away from it, and 50 feet back up to the open sea under another oil riser named Berth 6. It was meant to allow ships to transport their reserves to Peria's facilities on land for processing. However, by this point, this particular pipeline was sealed off and hadn't been used since mid-2018. That day, the 5 men on the job were Faisal Kurban, Kazim Ali Jr., Rishi Nagasar, Yusuf Henry, and Christopher Budrum, and they were tasked with heading into underwater air-filled habitat at Berth 6, removing a steel cover from the pipe, removing an inflatable plug from inside of it, and installing a connector from the exposed pipe up to the main platform at the Berth 6 riser. At first, everything seemed to be going to plan. The crew makes their way inside the air chamber and remove their scuba gear so they can effectively perform their work.
Ass shot there.
While doing so, however, they notice the inflatable plug sealing the pipe off isn't coming loose. No matter what they try, it appears to be stuck in place. So, Kazim veers to head out to grab a tool to help with dislodging it.
How can he even see where he's going? Pipeline.
Upon heading back down to 6's chamber, Kazim the tool off to one of his coworkers, who takes another crack at dislodging it. But what they're unaware of is that by doing this, they're unknowingly opening the door to a gargantuan difference in pressure, and would very soon find themselves in a predicament.
Build it up, build it up. Is oil built up in the pipe, then blown them out of that little
Right here,
bubble?
in but a fraction of a second, all 5 men and their equipment are sucked into the pipe, 50 feet down and over 120 feet horizontally through it.
Yes.
And without even a second to process what just happened, they are effectively trapped in a pitch black cell underwater.
Bloody hell.
Immediately, they scream for help. They have no idea what the hell just happened, but they're in excruciating pain, and they gotta get out of there. In the next few moments, they collect their thoughts and orient themselves inside the pipe. They explain to each other their injuries, who's behind who, and try to deduce which side of the pipe they're even facing. With hope quickly fading, Chris begins motivating his crew to try their hardest to get out of there, out of that hell they're stuck in. And so, he proposes a plan to link hands with Hank and their way out. It was a 50-50 shot that they'd be heading in the right direction, but at this point, it was one they were willing to take.
Gotta try something.
With no light source, no breathing equipment, no sense of direction, they begin to shuffle their way forward. In the beginning, it seems to be working. However, they quickly realize that sections of this pipe head down to a lower depth and have collected pools of water
Have to
and
go
oil.
right under.
Were they to continue their plan, they'd be making their way through fully submerged sections of pipe. A proposition that, with no knowledge of how long it would go on for, was undoubtedly horrifying. With this revelation, Kazim, Rishi, and Yusuf decide to stay back. Risk that they just can't stomach. And so Chris reassures them that he'll return with help.
Come on, Chris.
And continues onward, with Faisal by his side.
Come on, Chris. Come on, Faisal.
In the following moments, Chris and Faisal encounter 2 scuba tanks lying in an air pocket.
It's convenient.
They equip them and make their way through fully submerged, extended portions of pipe. For a while, they were making steady progress. However, on their journey, Faisal had come to an inconvenient revelation. He is excruciatingly exhausted and informs Chris that he simply can't continue. Chris proceeds. Onward and onward, not even sure if he's heading back to the correct opening. Nevertheless, he holds out hope as critical minutes blur by. Until he finally encounters the pipe's bend.
How the hell does he climb up?
He looks up, and it's open. In complete disbelief, he begins to bang on the pipe, screaming and pleading for anyone to hear him. And by a complete miracle, outside its opening are two rescue divers who open it up, drop a chain down to him, and ultimately save his life.
No, why Paul? You mean Stu Pixel? But
there's just one problem. Four men are still down there, still alive, and still need help.
Will always be Stu Pixel.
To his dismay, Chris is told that there's nothing that can be done about them. It's apparently too dangerous to send someone in there to get them. Essentially,
Tell me Chris goes back into the rope, surely.
Is lost. In utter disbelief at what he's hearing, Chris even tries to head back in there himself. However, is ultimately prevented from doing so. For 3 excruciating days, the remaining 4 divers are trapped in that
3
pipe,
days.
begging and pleading for anyone to help them. Little did they know, though, that nobody was ever coming. Help was never on the way, and the men were, effectively, left to die.
Christ.
As of writing, there's an ongoing legal battle between Peria, the Coast Guard, contract company LMCS Limited assigned them to the job, and the victims' families. Each of the accused passing off blame and responsibility for their inaction to a different party. No matter what ends up happening, though, I can only hope that the victims' families are given justice, as according to every report available, it seems that little to no effort was made by the company's guard to save them at all.
When they knew where they were, Chris was happy to go back, give him the end of a rope.
The incident that occurred on that otherwise ordinary day is one of the most haunting freak accidents one could ever find themselves in. What began as an ordinary job had, out of nowhere, morphed into 3 days of absolute hell. I cannot begin to fathom the feeling of being stuck dark inside of a claustrophobic chamber 60 feet below sea level, and even more so, bearing the apprehensive hope they all held out for help that never came.
Damn, that's horrible. That is horrible. Yo, how's it going, MP? You good, bro?
For comfortable, spacious, and family pride, the port of call.
Gulfside Pool, Cable TV, Volleyball, and if you stay for at least 3 days, you receive a vacation club card over $100.
I'm very well, thank you, mate. Very well. Have a good Christmas, good New Year.
Call now and ask about our special 49.
It's late at night, and a truck driver named Eduardo Cullen has just checked in to Super 8.
Not what you need to hear. Then stay here at Super 8. Comfortable rooms because we inspect them more than any major economy chain. Clean, friendly, Super 8. All the room you want.
His night is unremarkable. It's about as ordinary as you can imagine. He cleans himself up, makes himself a hot meal, and just a couple hours later, falls deep into a much-deserved slumber. Well, that's what should have happened. It's been 2 days, and Eduardo has not checked out. A security guard on duty is sent to check on him. However, a do not disturb placard adorns the handle, and the room is locked from the inside.
Kick the door down.
No answer.
Eduardo, you in there, buddy?
Still nothing. He's not there, but it's locked. Suspecting that something is off, the guard manages to unlock the door and make his way in. And at first glance, this room is oddly ordinary. On the floor, the blankets lie haphazard. On the table, a handbag, a bracelet,
That's a
a
weird
scale
picture.
adorned with the name George Martinez, and a photograph appear left behind. Yet, once he makes his way to the room's rear and towards the bathroom, what awaits him is completely unknown.
This is big brain time.
Hanging by a suitcase strap, a badly decomposed woman stares down upon him. Eduardo is nowhere to be found.
It was like you. I thought that was in the video. Fuck's sake. Hey, woman.
You know, you would think that this photograph would make this woman's identification a breeze. However, reality has been quite the contrary. Police have connected her likeness with the woman in the room, yet to this day, her identity remains exactly how it's been from the day she died.
No.
She is unknown, unidentified, a Jane Doe. After an autopsy, it was revealed that she had heroin in her system and had passed away by taking her own life. The evidence from the motel room, including the scale with George Martinez in it, were their only real leads in tracking down her identity. However, frustratingly, nothing ever came from it. No witnesses, no footage, not even Eduardo.
Where's Eduardo?
It took 7 entire years before Eduardo's family was contacted by police, and coincidentally, They claimed that he had passed away not long beforehand. Upon being shown this mysterious photograph, however, they revealed that they didn't recognize him at all. This is not Eduardo, and they have never seen this man in their life.
I'm gonna have nightmares of that picture though, of that woman. That was a freaky face she was pulling.
That day, an entirely new mystery was born. Not only was there ambiguity around the actions of Eduardo and this woman's identity, but now an unnamed male has entered the picture.
Could be George.
As the years went on, leads on him were all but non-existent, and all they really had to go on was the connection to that scale.
That hurts.
George Martinez was believed to be his identity. However, given how many George Martinezes are out there, tracking this guy down in the 1990s was all but impossible. To this day, this mystery remains completely unsolved, barring one credible tip that authorities received in March of 2021. It's been rumored that her name was Becca and that she flew there from Los Angeles, California. Why she did this, who she came with, and how she wound up in a motel bathroom is still unclear. However, with the rise of the internet and breakthroughs in technology, perhaps someday her identity can come to light.
Decompose and putrefaction. You showed that same picture.
It is hauntingly mind-boggling that not a single soul on this earth has been able to find this woman for over 30 years. Much like the case with Joanna Lopez, having such hard photographic evidence of someone, yet knowing absolutely nothing about who they actually are and what happened to them, is eerily perplexing. What took place on that fateful night may never be known, and to be honest, a lot of it doesn't even make sense. Eduardo was merely stopping for a place to stay, so how did he become so wrapped up in such a tangled web of mystery? Perhaps there was more to this story, something that he wasn't letting on. However, given that he's since passed away, that question will painfully remain unanswered. If you know of or recognize anything about this woman, I implore you to reach out to the Albuquerque with information.
She reminds me of Spuggy from Biker Grove.
This is an absolute Hail Mary. However, someone on this earth has to know something about her. For all I know, this case might not go anywhere anytime soon. But keeping stories like this relevant and in the public eye, in my opinion,
it's been a dick. Yeah,
that is the key to closure. A neighbor with a grim secret. A life lost through inaction. A peeping landlord spying on unsuspecting tenants. A claustrophobic nightmare. And a mind-bending mystery lasting for over 30 years. Tonight, you and I dove into 5 disturbing things from our internet. It's been a long
very
couple
well,
years,
thank you,
I
mate.
know,
Very well.
but
Devil
I
and Christmas.
promise you this series is back. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for your love. Throughout the years, you guys have stuck by me.
Guys, if you're not already
and
following
that truly
or
means the
subscribe
world
to
to me.
Nexpo on YouTube, do it. It's got
With that
loads of
said,
these videos.
if you
They're
guys
all
have any submissions for this
freaky.
series, any disturbing audio, footage, events, anything, feel free to submit them to the show's Dropbox at dtfaisubmissions@gmail.com. Once again, dtfaisubmissions@gmail.com. Thank you all again for watching. I'll see you in the next one. I love you all,
Oh, love you too.
and good night.
So, there's some closing remarks. What was that? Ah, it's on credits. I think. What's creepy when I made? They're all like that. Some of them are horrible.
Tonight's video has been brought to you by Babbel.
Yeah.
One of the skills I wish I picked up on while growing.
Right. So that was Nextpo's one from, it was 2 months ago, the one we just watched. So let's go Nick Crowley. Nick Crowley. We have to go see Nick next.
Bom dia, Mariana. O quarteirão continua
In the meantime, I'm going to quickly pop and grab a drink. I'll be right back. And we're back. Let's see what Nick Crowley's got. So Nick Crowley is very similar. I think he's also linked to Nextpo. So yeah, let's get some more freaky shit kicking off.
Todo cercado por policiais militares. Nós estamos afastados por orientação da polícia. Deste ponto aqui, é possível avistar apenas a janela onde, neste momento, o rapaz se
So the boy
encontra
meets with the
com as
two
duas
teenagers.
It's Tuesday, October 14th, 2008. As television crews arrive on an unfused event occurring in Sao Paulo, Brazil, a camera is trained up at Story Apartment Unit where two young girls are being held captive. The ordeal was already developing into one of the longest hostage situations the area had ever seen, as it now entered its 18th grueling hour. However, there was optimism at the time, as negotiations between the hostage taker and law enforcement were ongoing, and the local news station speculated that they would soon be covering a peaceful resolution to this episode, though they couldn't have been more wrong. Instead, this single news report was merely the first domino to fall, leading to a chain reaction unlike anything we've ever seen in the world of television. As little did this news station and all the others en route to cover this impasse know, but they would have a say in how this story ends. This is the story of the Eloa Pimentel hostage incident, or as it's since come to be known, the darkest moment in television history.
Vou aproveitar esse momento que a gente sabe que os três estão assistindo. Lindenberg, somos amigo da família. Eu queria falar pra minha mãe que o meu pai também.
Before we fully dive down this rabbit hole, I want to give a major thank you to today's sponsor, Beam. For most of my life, I've struggled with sleeping, whether that be falling asleep.
It was a warm, muggy Monday afternoon. Most residents across Sao Paulo had been busy starting off their work week as 15-year-old Eloa Cristina Pimentel arrived home from school for the day. Best described as a fun-loving, good-natured kid, Eloa excelled in her studies, where she met her closest friend, Nayara de Silva. And as she entered her family's apartment that day, she did so with Nayara by her side, as well as two other male friends, Viala de Oliveira and Victor de la Compass, with a group gathering together to work on a school project, until they heard the sound of rustling at the door. By this point, Eloa's parents Ana and Aldo had been busy at work, while her brother Douglas had stayed after school, meaning that the sound they had just heard couldn't have come from either of them, with Eloa's confusion quickly turning to fear as the door was pushed in and then broke completely open, revealing the source of the sound. Standing there was 22-year-old Lindenberg Fernandez Alves, a man who Eloa had come to know all too well. Almost 3 years before, the then 12 Eloa had caught the eye of Lindenberg, who at that time was already 19 years old, though despite this glaring age gap, the two would fall in love with her and proceed to date for the next 2 years and 7 months.
12.
A period of time that was thing but smooth sailing. By this point, Lindenberg had become well known locally for his temper, with most describing him as a hothead and incredibly aggressive, which Eloa would come to realize firsthand, as he quickly grew jealous of seemingly anything and everything Eloa would do without him. On one occasion, Lindenberg convinced Eloa when she was out for a walk, followed her every movement across town before he'd eventually catch her sitting alone at the bus stop. This, for whatever reason, enraged him, and he would go on to confront her both verbally and physically, with it being reported that Lindenberg had attacked her not only on this occasion, but likely on several others as well.
Dickhead.
And after over 2.5 years of dating, Eloa had finally had enough, recognizing that Lindenberg couldn't be fixed, or at least not by her, and so she broke up with him. But this was something that Lindenberg just couldn't accept, as in his mind, life without Eloa was no life at all, and he had to do something about it. Now, Lindenberg stood in the doorway facing the girl who had broke his heart just months before, with his pistol pointed directly at her. Eloa immediately screamed, but was silenced by Lindenberg, who slapped her across the face, before going on to express frustration towards the other three in the group as they weren't supposed to be there. They were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, and yet he claimed that this would not spare them from his wrath. He was there to kill Eloa and himself, and anyone else who might stand in his way. Though he seemed to be in no rush to do so,
as he forced the 4 teenagers onto a bed and forbade any of them from talking, before he would stand there and wait for hours weighing his options. Until he too heard the sound of ringing at the door. It was Aldo, Eloa's father, who had arrived home from work only to find Eloa's brother Douglas sitting outside the front door. Douglas had gotten home over an hour before, only to find the door locked and the inside deathly quiet, forcing him to wait for his father to arrive home with the keys, all the while having no inclination that inside, his own sister was being held at gunpoint. Aldo approached the door, Lindenberg would begin yelling, shouting at him to back away, and that he had his daughter and her friends inside, marking the official beginning of the standoff. Police would arrive almost immediately to the scene, where they would quickly realize just how daunting the task before them was. Lindenberg was more unwell than they could have imagined, with his temper proving to be their biggest obstacle during that first day, as in some instances he was actually receptive to negotiations, even allowing the release of the 2 boys inside, before he would suddenly shut down and become enraged, seemingly out of nowhere.
O que você quer? Fala pra mim pra eu poder te ajudar, cara. O que eu quero? Matar Eloá e matar e liberar a
Read the Bob.
At one point, he even fired a shot through the front door at a passing civilian, incorrectly believing that they were trying to interfere. One minute he was hot, and the next he was cold. And as these tense minutes turned to hours, the reality of the situation for these negotiators became apparent. One wrong statement, even one wrong word, could cause everything to come crashing down. It was a fragile ordeal, and the following day, these negotiations would only become more complicated.
E a gente vai falar agora de caso de violência que está acontecendo neste momento em Santo André, no ABC Paulista. O jovem mantém a ex-namorada e a amiga dela reféns.
A polícia cercou o conjunto habitacional onde estão os reféns e a repórter Graciela Andrade está lá no local. Conta pra gente o que são nesse momento, Graciela.
During the local 7 news that following morning, the first reporter would arrive to the scene to document this developing story. In the footage, we can see the massive police presence and the window of the apartment where Lindenberg was holding the 2 girls. And almost immediately, the story was met with a skyrocketing number of viewers and soaring ratings that producers could only dream of. With this single report, they had just struck television gold. And suddenly, other stations and dozens of reporters began flocking to the scene to capture a piece of this unfolding drama in real time. It seemed like in an instant, all of Brazil was now tuned into their TVs and waiting to see what would happen next. And among those viewers was Lindenberg himself. Recognizing that the news was starting to take note of his story, and that the area was now swarming with cameras waiting on his every move, Lindenberg's behavior began to grow more erratic. At one point, he forced Eloa to the window, standing behind her and demanding that she give the cameras a thumbs up, in order to let the people at home know that she was okay, and that Lindenberg wasn't hurting her. Though soon after, he would approach another window, this time holding his revolver, and without warning, begin firing randomly at the street below, in the direction of the news crews. Thankfully, again, no one was hurt by these shots, but it was becoming evident that Lindenberg was almost putting on a show for the cameras. And now that he was feeling like the star of the show, he was growing less and less interested in working with negotiators.
Talk is normally on Tuesdays,
and they recognized
Tuesday
this
nights.
too, and knew that they had to do something to force Lindenberg to continue working with them.
How's
Which
your
led
wife
to their
going so
decision
far?
to
Mine's
cut power
not
to the
going great.
unit,
I'm not gonna
leaving
lie.
Lindenberg in the dark, without air
Having a
conditioning,
nightmare this wife.
and unable to watch the television.
Eu ligo, mas vamos conversar.
As a result, Lindenberg went ballistic, striking Eloa while on the phone with negotiators. Though despite his
Just
initial
started 2 weeks
reaction,
ago. You're probably
this
higher
move
than me.
actually ended up working, as Nayara was eventually released under the condition that the power be restored. Which that Lindenberg was now down to just one hostage, the person that he had sought from the very beginning, and the whole reason he was there. As the sun set on that Tuesday evening, and the standoff passed its 40th
I
hour,
might be level 10.
some remained positive,
Might be
while
level
others
10.
viewed the whole thing as helpless. But whatever opinions those in the area had at the time, it's safe to say that no one could have expected the baffling turn that this case was headed for. Just the following day, it was 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday the 15th, the third day of Eloa's captivity, when suddenly, inside that quiet apartment building, the silence would be interrupted by the ringing of a telephone. Lindenberg rushed to pick it up, expecting it to be the negotiator who he had been speaking with the previous day, but instead, he heard a different voice.
Lindenberg, tá tudo bem aí? Oi, Lindenberg, somos um amigo da família, a gente queria saber se tá tudo bem, só isso. Lindenberg, é Luiz Guerra, tudo bem? Somos conhecidos da...
Luiz Guerra.
Sou da Sônia Abrão, repórter da Sônia Abrão, a gente só tá em nome da sua família, porque sua mãe está desesperada e quer saber se tá tudo bem, só isso.
Acting without the permission of the police or Eloa's family, a
You're
reporter named Luis Guerra from the Sonia Abrero news station managed to track down the apartment's phone number and call Lindenberg while in the middle of this active hostage situation.
Vocês estão ao vivo aí?
Não, estamos gravando e vai ser exibido na Sônia Abrão tudo o que você falar, tudo. Às 2 horas entra no ar, o que você estiver falando vai ficar no ar.
It's not hard to understand why this is such a terrible idea, as we already know that Lindenberg was highly emotional and could be set off on a rampage with just a single word. And yet, Luis had called anyway, and he was clearly unprepared to handle an interview of this magnitude, as he nervously starts by first lying to Lindenberg, claiming to be a friend of his family, before eventually revealing that he was actually a reporter, and that their phone conversation would be played for the world to hear. Throughout this nearly 8-minute-long phone call, Luis would push things further and further, even at one point speaking directly to Eloa.
Alô?
Oi, Eloa, é Luiz Guerra da Sônia Abrão, tudo bem?
Quem tá falando?
Luiz Guerra, repórter da Sônia Abrão, tudo bem com você?
Tá tudo tranquilo. Eu quero almoçar.
Você quer almoçar?
Tô fraca.
Fica tranquila, eu conversei com o Lindenberg, a gente vai conversar de novo. Ele tá te tratando...
Treating you well?
Who sounds weak and exhausted as she sends a message to her family telling that she loves them.
Olha, você tá precisando mandar um recado pra sua mãe, alguma coisa?
Eu queria saber como ela tá, como meus familiares estão.
Tá tudo bem com eles, tá tudo tranquilo.
Um beijo da minha mãe pro meu pai.
Pode fazer uma...
Com eles.
Pode falar de novo, mande um beijo de novo.
Eu queria pra minha mãe que eu amo ela.
Not working. No, neither of them working.
And in what might be the worst moment of the entire call, Luis accidentally speaks over her at one point, before his producer clearly tells him to get her to repeat that line, in a shameless attempt at getting a good sight for their story.
Tá tudo tranquilo.
Um beijo da minha mãe pro meu pai.
Pode fazer uma...
Com eles.
Pode falar de novo, mande um beijo de novo.
Luis's stunt was indisputably unprofessional, as he had inserted himself into hostage negotiations that he was utterly unprepared to take on. And though his words didn't immediately lead to any escalations from Lindenberg, the effects of this interview were nothing shy of devastating. Just one day prior, Lindenberg had seen his work on TV for the very first time. And now, with this interview, it fully sank in just how important he was. For the first time in his life, all eyes were on him. He was the main character of the biggest story transpiring in all of Brazil. And now, he was inspired to write another chapter. From here, Lindenberg would continue his antics at the window, using these opportunities to interact with the cameras and hold the media's attention, while using Eloa as a human shield to prevent police snipers from firing at him. As at once, he forces her to use tied-together sheets to lift up food from negotiators below, all the while he's looming ominously behind her. And this wasn't solely for the cameras either, as by this point, the audience wasn't just watching home, but many had gathered outside the apartment to watch the action unfold in person, treating it like some sort of public spectacle. And all while this was happening, police were trying desperately to continue their negotiations. But by this point, Lindenberg was far too distracted by all this attention, as he would even hop onto another live interview shortly after.
Todos os amigos estão dizendo, o pessoal que te conhece também está falando que você sempre foi calmo, sempre foi trabalhador, sempre foi um cara legal, que o que você está fazendo deve ser um super surto que você está passando, uma crise emocional muito séria. Mas você, de qualquer maneira, mesmo em crise, você está se segurando, você está fazendo as coisas com um certo critério, você está liberando as pessoas, você não está fazendo mal para ninguém. Então, já dá um final para essa história que seja todo mundo são e salvo, inclusive você, inclusive você.
While on air, the host herself didn't just ask Lindenberg questions, but she began actively trying to negotiate Eloa's release, despite again having no authority and no training for this kind of event.
How will they get in touch with them?
Você vai entregar os 2 revólveres para ela, você vai tirar as balas, entregar na mão da Eloá.
Exatamente, mas eu não vou dar a hora e não vou falar qual vai ser o momento.
Tudo bem, mas você vai descer e a gente vai deixar isso aqui claro para o Brasil inteiro. Você está dizendo que você vai descer desarmado, completamente indefeso, com as mãos para cima. Você vai se render sem nenhuma resistência, para que as coisas terminem em paz. É isso? Confirma para a gente, confirma para o Brasil inteiro isso.
Tá confirmado. Na melhor hora eu vou fazer isso.
It was evident from both interviews that these reporters were not taking this case as seriously as they should be, failing to understand just how violent Lindenberg was, and just how quick it become enraged. And if it wasn't obvious just how twisted the media's perception of this case had become, they would then go on to air a segment with their trusted legal consultant, who gave his expert opinion on how he believed this case would end.
Ademar Gomes, né? Vamos falar do que espera o Lindenberg aqui fora. Boa tarde, viu, doutora Ademar? Prazer tê-la aqui novamente. E com a sua experiência nos orientar aí sobre o que vai acontecer daqui para frente, para que a gente possa ter uma ideia.
Bom,
claro.
eu sou muito otimista, né? Espero que isso termine sem pizza, né? E num casamento futuro entre ele e a namorada apaixonada dele, né?
Certo.
Ele está passando uma fase momentânea, né? Ele também tem perdido a motivação de viver, porque um rapaz jovem, quando se apaixona, muitas vezes se desequilibra, que é o
Radicaliza
caso
mesmo, né?
Então, mas isso vai terminar realmente em um final feliz, graças a Deus, eu tenho plena certeza.
With the reporter theorizing that this would all end in pizza, with the couple having a meal and reconciling their differences before eventually going to get married, as this was all just a phase for the young man and his passionate girlfriend. And they somehow made things even worse, as the host would follow this segment up by stating that Lindenberg was still going to have to answer for his crimes, before running down the list of every single charge that he was going to face.
A gente tem a informação que ele vai responder aos crimes de sequestro e invasão de domicílio, disparo e porte ilegal de arma de fogo, que ele deve ter um alívio na pena porque ele não tem antecedentes criminais, ele é réu primário e a pena para sequestro seria de 1 a 3 anos.
This obviously only made the situation even more helpless in Lindenberg's mind, as she was essentially telling him no matter what happens here, even to all end peacefully, his life was already essentially over based on the crimes he had already committed. And this wasn't the only thing his TV was telling him. As mentioned previously, these news crews were on the scene 24/7, watching and listening to everything that the police were doing all the while. And as a result, they would overhear officers discussing their plans on how they were going to attempt to end the situation. To which, incredibly, these stations would proceed to air this information in real time, meaning that everything the police were trying to do to help Eloa would be heard by Lindenberg well before they would attempt to carry it out. And he would see it all too, as due to the constant live coverage outside their window, he would be able to see an officer to approach the door or the windows. The media was not only making Lindenberg feel invincible, but they were quite literally making him untouchable, as whenever the police would make plans, he would hear it on the TV and simply adjust his course to ensure that they wouldn't capture him. Whatever the police said and whatever the police did, Lindenberg was watching over them all the while, and so they had to extra and avoid doing anything rash to keep the situation stable. But as another long day came to an end, and the sun rose on the 4th morning of this ordeal, they would proceed to do the exact opposite. Following her release from the apartment, Nayara had been recovering in private away from the media, trying her best to grasp the situation that she had just endured, as well as dealing with the fear of what might happen to her closest friend. However, on the morning of Thursday the 17th, a pair of unexpected visitors would arrive at her home. Standing at her door were 2 police officers that had been working Eloa's case who requested that Nayara come with them in order to help assist with their negotiations. Apparently, that morning, Lindenberg had agreed to facilitate Eloa's release, but only on the condition that Nayara and Douglas, the 2 outside of the apartment, and walk with them down into police custody. This was due to the fact that Lindenberg had become paranoid of being shot by officers, but having Nayara and Douglas there would essentially provide a shield for him. And so the police agreed. But by this point, Nayara had no idea that this deal had ever been made, and that she was now being driven back to the kidnapping site, where she would soon have to meet her captor face to face yet again. And there was little to no time for her to react upon her arrival, as she was almost immediately thrust into negotiations.
Amor, amor, vou subir. Vou na frente da porta. Tá bom. Tá, deixa eu falar com ele agora, amor. Vai dar tudo certo, prometi pra você desde o começo, tá bom? Beijo, eu te amo.
Oi, Nayara.
Tudo bom?
Tá melhor já?
Tô, você tá calmo aí? Você vai fazer mesmo tudo isso que você tá falando? Confio.
And so, the cameras followed as Nayara and Douglas began their trek up to the home. Though almost immediately, Lindenberg had a change of heart and began yelling to negotiators that he no longer wanted to do this, as he was nervous about Douglas being there, instead insisting that Nayara come up to the unit alone, where he would then open the door and she would take Eloa's hand and the 3 would walk out together. Based on this behavior, it was obvious that Lindenberg wasn't to be trusted, as he had already backed off the original deal. Plus, part of his deal was that no police officers would be allowed in the building, meaning that there was no backup for Nayara, making the whole thing far too dangerous to even consider. And yet, the negotiators agreed anyway, and gave Nayara the call to walk up those stairs and approach the door alone. And so, with no backup whatsoever, the pressure of her friend's life on her shoulders, the police officers talking in her ear, and the hundreds of thousands of people watching at home, she felt as if she had no choice but to walk up those stairs step by step, until she stood just feet away from the door, where she waited to see Eloa. Though when the door was opened, she was instead met with the sight of Lindenberg, who reached out his arms, grabbed Nayara's hand, and pulled her inside, shutting the door behind them. And with that, Nayara was a hostage once more. This whole sequence has to be one of the worst handlings of a hostage situation that I've ever seen. Even having Nayara at the scene to begin with was questionable enough, as remember, she was only 15 years old at the time, and she had just survived this traumatic experience only 1 day before. Putting her up there alone, with no form of protection, is shocking. And you might think that after all of this, the news stations would finally just back off and stop intruding on the case, as clearly things were becoming more and more dire. However, they only became more obsessed, as Nayara's recapture only boosted their ratings even higher, and garnered the case a whole new level of notoriety that they just needed to exploit. And so, these reporters began calling the unit repeatedly, doing anything they could in an attempt to speak to Lindenberg, though even when he wouldn't answer, they would still try to speak to him directly over their broadcast.
Porque a gente podia, quem sabe, aproveitar esse momento que a gente sabe que os 3 estão assistindo aqui o programa e eles estão bem, que assim que o Lindenberg ele confirmou isso aqui para nossa produção, eles estão tão tranquilos. Eles estão só esperando o momento certo, pedir para uma das meninas, quem sabe, ou ele mesmo, desse um sinal agora aqui na janela para mostrar para todo mundo que tá tudo bem, que está ok e que essa história vai acabar o mais rápido que todo mundo espera. Se os 3 puderem, um deles dar um sinal, acenar, fazer alguma coisa para mostrar para todo mundo, para deixar todo mundo mais calmo.
Instructing him to give specific signals to show that he was hearing them. Both the media and Lindenberg were stretching his 15 minutes of fame for as long as they possibly could. And by that Friday, the ordeal would reach its 100th hour, making it the most prolonged hostage crisis in Brazil's entire history, with there being no sign of a resolution in sight. And it was obvious that this longevity was weighing heavily on Lindenberg, whose fiery persona had eventually turned into despondency as he grew more and more exhausted, with his words alluding to the possibility that he was finally going to snap. And by this point, Brazilian officials were tired of their negotiations anyway, and knew that it was time for a different tactic, sending in their Special Tactical Actions Group, known as GATE. Although, due to the cameras on the scene, the team knew that they couldn't just scale up the wall and enter through the window, since Lindenberg would be able to see the whole thing unfolding on his TV. And any time he would go to the window, he used Eloa as a shield, meaning that any plan to shoot him from long range without risking the life of Eloa was nearly impossible. There was really only one way in, the front door, with their plan being to set a charge and breach said door should Lindenberg's behavior escalate, with the camera showing the entirety of the setup. At one point, they even captured the team secretly raising up a gun to one of the officers, despite the officers telling Lindenberg that there were going to be no guns involved, though their cover was clearly blown. And so, the charge was set, and the strike fell silent, as all of Brazil watched on, waiting to see what would happen next.
Na tarde de hoje, documento foi entregue, também colete.
Minuto ao senhor, doutor.
Nós estamos assistindo ritual, o ritual final desse episódio, o ritual que precede a libertação das reféns, das duas adolescentes, e a entrega do barulho lá no local. Aconteceu disparo, Percival. Exatamente, é barulho de disparo. Houve um disparo lá dentro. Aconteceu.
It all happened in the blink of an eye, as in an instant, Gate would blow open the door, which was followed by smoke and 4 loud gunshots. The scene is hectic for a minute, until suddenly, we see Nayara stumble out of her, bleeding heavily from her face, where she falls into the arms of an officer. Then, a stretcher is taken into and out of the room, with Eloa strapped to it.
Welcome back, Joe.
As she's rushed down the stairs and taken into an ambulance. And even at this point, these news crews just couldn't help themselves, as they stuck their cameras in the window of that very same ambulance, where rescue workers were desperately trying to save Eloa's life. In the front, Linden had been struck by a rubber bullet and pulled from the unit where police piled on top of him, thus finally bringing the crisis to an end. But not before he would fire his weapon 3 times.
No.
One shot would hit Nayara's hand, with a bullet traveling directly through it and then striking her in the face, while Eloa was struck twice, once in the groin and once directly in the head. Despite being given immediate medical attention, Eloa Pimentel fell into a coma, and though she fought bravely for many days, she was eventually pronounced brain dead, before she would ultimately pass away. Her funeral was held days later, where over 30,000 people would pay their respects for the girl whose kidnapping many had watched on their household TVs. In the days that followed, Nayara would make a full recovery, and she would later go on to speak out about her story and how she was pressured by law enforcement to revisit the scene that day, with her accounts leading to heavy criticism against the officers who were working her case. And it wasn't just for that reason either, as her testimony also exposed just how poorly planned out Gate's entry of the home actually was. According to officials, the team only entered the building because they had heard a gunshot, claiming that Lindenberg had fired first, which prompted them to react. Though it's evident from the footage at the scene and from Nayara's own testimony that this actually wasn't the case, and Lindenberg had only begun shooting as a result of that door being blown open. And making things even more troubling, despite blowing the door open, it took officers as long as 7 to 15 seconds to enter the apartment, a time span in which Lindenberg would fire all 3 of his shots. It's unclear why they hesitated for so long before they entered the home, but they must have known that the blast was going to trigger some sort of reaction from Lindenberg. And their decision not only to breach the door in that manner, but also their decision to wait, undoubtedly contributed to the death of Eloa. And truthfully, a miracle that Nayara wasn't killed as well, due to their incompetence. Though obviously, it wasn't just law enforcement who had failed Eloa in the situation, with many pointing their fingers at members of the media, especially those who directly interfered with the situation, as their behavior undoubtedly factored into Lindenberg's behavior. Though despite this, none of the journalists ever expressed any regret over their handling of the situation, and to my knowledge, none of them faced any form of repercussions. As a result of his many crimes, Lindenberg would be sentenced to 90+ years in prison, though due to Brazilian law, the sentence was reduced to just 30 years, making it likely he will someday be released from prison.
The point in that then?
Which, for
Give him
now,
90 years,
brings us to the end of this tragic story. Though there is one more detail about this case that I just had to mention at the end here, because it somehow makes this story even more bizarre, as just days after Eloa's death, her father Aldo would disappear. Throughout the entire hostage crisis, Aldo was essentially invisible to the public, as the press was forbidden from interviewing any of Eloa's family. But as a result of Nayara's recapture, Aldo had become so stressed that he collapsed and was rushed to the hospital. There, he would make a full recovery, but when he was carried away from the scene, the cameras would capture his image as he lay on a stretcher, with the photo being broadcast all over the news that day, where a detective at home just so happened to recognize him.
The plot thickens.
As it turns out, Aldo was a wanted man, having been accused of murdering at least 2 people back in the 90s as part of a Brazilian gang, one of which was even a police chief, and from when he had been on the run ever since, with Aldo actually being an alias for his real name, Everaldo. During this whole situation, Eloa's father was quite literally a killer on the run, and he had been blending into his new life for over a decade, until the moment his face was broadcast all over Brazil, which in turn caused him to flee the area immediately after. Though eventually, after a full year later, Aldo would finally be captured and sent to prison, marking the end of one of the most shocking television cases we've ever explored, and what may very well be the darkest moment in television history.
There we go. Poor Eloa. Right, let's go with something a bit less dark, but still freaky. So there was a new video from King Crossmare. Saw it earlier that I was going to watch. King Crossmare, it's going to be easier. Right. Go with this one.
The following was a submission from Edward, who tells us that the men in the video were walking through an abandoned office building, which was said to be demolished in the next few months, which needed to be inspected for several reasons first. It is unknown if the building had any paranormal history. However, the 2 men captured something quite strange the following day that they couldn't really explain.
I've seen this one. I'm sure someone sat in a chair. Gaming and streaming. Yep. Man sat in a chair. Now there's no one there. There was definitely someone there.
Strange thing that they couldn't really explain.
There's definitely someone sat there. Look at that. You can even see the legs, the head. Definitely. There he's gone. He could have run to this right-hand corner, maybe. Camera doesn't pan that way.
It would appear that somebody was sitting in the chair for a brief moment, and when they came back to double check, nobody was there anymore, mysteriously gone. To this day, they have no idea if this was some kind of prank or if something inexplicable had transpired. If the two men weren't in on it, it is quite puzzling for sure.
So he could have got off the chair and ran to this corner. Camera doesn't go around, so could be fake.
The next video is quite strange and was recorded by a young woman in Querétaro, which is home to a quite famous dam in the area called the Centenario de Tequiscuapa Dam. Several accidents had occurred there over the years, from people gone missing and even remains that were being found in there. Prior to the next video we want to take a look at, The Dark Dimension had featured a mysterious user submission which showed another inexplicable incident in the waters of that dam. A man had recorded a glowing person standing in the waters.
You automatically think it's a reflection of a light, but there's no light that's reflecting.
Strange for sure. But now we're taking a look at the video from the young woman, who also visited the dam with a couple of friends one night, and they saw something similar. Keep in mind, the waters of the dam are incredibly deep, so it is impossible for anyone to stand in them.
I mean, you see arms and shit. That is someone there. It's got a reflection.
Okay, gracias.
Ay, ya lo vi. ¿Es ese, no? Señor, véngase.
Véngase. You can see like the jacket and everything. It's like a puffer jacket. Weird plain white face now.
Mire, siga la luz para acá.
No, hágase, estoy para acá.
Véngase para acá. ¿Sí viene?
Sí.
Véngase para acá.
Why is the person glowing? Do you know what I mean?
Venga. Señor, venga para acá.
Háganse para acá. Tráigalo.
Güey, que trae una pistola.
Oye, tráigale una mano. Vámonos.
How is this possible? How could anybody be illuminated like that and walk through extremely deep waters unbothered? To many, it's without a doubt that we are seeing a real ghost sighting here, and I have to say, I do agree.
Do ghosts have reflections?
The next video we will take a look at was uploaded by user Awa and was taken in his bedroom late one night when he noticed something strange behind his door. He was reportedly alone that night and just relaxing on his bed. When he took this video for his friends, he didn't think much of it and thought it was a funny angle or shadow. However, when he took another look the next morning, he realized what he caught was actually very strange and he didn't really have a logical explanation for it. First, let's take a look at what his room looks like normally. As we can see, the door opens onto an empty wall here, without any clothes hanging or any furniture behind the door. Now let's see what was filmed.
Scaring me right now.
From behind the bedroom door, we can see what appears to be a dark shadow or head peeking out towards
What actually is it?
the camera. If this is a head, it would mean the entity is quite tall, assuming this is an average sized store. Many are saying this appears to be a shadow figure due to the dark color and human-shaped head. Do you agree with that? If no, let me hear your explanation for this capture.
A balloon. A balloon. Bloody balloon. I'll balloon you.
The next clip was filmed by paranormal investigation team RC Fun TV, who are based out of Singapore. In this episode, they are visiting an old abandoned farm home that is said to be haunted by a woman who can be seen lurking around the building. Locals think perhaps it is one of the old tenants of one of the homes who isn't ready to pass on yet. Without a direct way into the house, the group decides to climb up on a portion of the roof and try to enter from one of the upper level windows. This is the moment when the cameraman captures this strange sighting. Let's take a look.
That does not look safe to climb on. Who's this bugger? Huh? It's very bassy right now.
The top corner of the window, a strange white face is peeking out at the ghost hunters.
Yes.
Could this be the same spirit of the woman that is said to haunt the house? After spotting the face, the group jumps down off the roof in
Oh, is that eyes? Or maybe eyes.
fear, and understandably so. Do you guys think this is a true sighting, or
is that
perhaps just a hoax?
Or a hoax?
Let me know.
Is that a balloon? Bloody balloon.
The next is a recording which was uploaded by a young man to the paranormal Reddit section. They have recently moved into a new place and...
Right, I'm just going to say it. Any idiot that collects dolls could not complain about the house being haunted. Who's collecting dolls?
the paranormal Reddit section.
Look at the state of that, and then look at the state of that.
They have recently moved into a new place and stated that there had been a handful of really strange events unfolding, items that are moving around without anybody else being there. And
another one. Sorry, you can't see that because of chat. There's another one there. Frames look fine, Jay. Frames look fine. You know what I mean?
Footsteps that they hear in the midst of night. Today, the uploader was watching TV when he heard some really odd noises coming from the open patio and started recording.
Hey man.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. It's the same one from the bloody farm earlier.
Cool. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Bugger off.
What's going on? You okay? Can I get away?
Fading away, is he? Coming back?
Do you want me to say how you're doing?
Comments range from this being a creepy apparition, from it simply being a strange reflection.
I mean, it'd help if his camera
but it's
was half
odd
decent.
since the door is open. And the man states that there should be nothing reflecting. So, what do you think? Is this the face of something paranormal?
The balloon.
Or what else could it be? This next video was uploaded by NVTV and was submitted to their channel by Michael Johnson. About the capture he wrote, in April 2016, I saw something weird in the tree lines, but I'm not from here, so I'm definitely not a believer. Let's see what Michael captured.
Sounds like he captured Bigfoot. Jeez. Oh, hello, cheeky. Who are you looking at?
A strange creature appears to be leaning from behind one of the trees in the distance. Michael zooms in to get a closer look.
You can see its arm. Its hand.
The creature definitely appears to be something human-like. Could this be a Bigfoot? Some viewers speculated this could be a skinwalker or a dogman due to the thin appearance and relatively stature.
Is it a skinwalker? Is it a dogman?
It's really hard to say. If it wasn't hoax, of course. The following clip was recorded and shared by the channel Paranormal Eidolon, who himself claims to be a paranormal enthusiast. He came across something really interesting, and the video description reads as follows. I caught this by accident. I had posted it to my other channel and someone picked it up. This is the raw, unedited footage. I was testing the zoom on a new camera I bought. I didn't see this when I took the video. The thing is, I got so unwell after this, I nearly died. I am wondering what I caught was something warning. I didn't get it until I looked back at some old footage.
Oh. Who's that? This one I'm going to call fake. Because it already says he's a paranormal enthusiast. So I'm going to call fake on this one. He's got his mate to dress up in a robe and stand in the field. He didn't notice it yet. He looked straight at it and zoomed in on it. Really? Yeah, I'm going to call fake on that one.
Well, people think
it's too
this
convenient.
Isn't real, but this is the
raw video. It was at the side of the shot, fair enough, but the fact that it was central.
I believe it is something, but I can't prove either way. It wasn't just a bird I caught. The only thing is, there's no bottom half,
How big's
and
the bird?
only the head, or what looks like a head, is moving. Did this man capture a ghost here?
No.
Some believe this to be a scarecrow, but I think it looks a bit too strange for that. But I know.
I think it's a bit too convenient.
This clip was uploaded by Martian TV, and it certainly is strange. It seems to have been taken from a CCTV in some sort of gravel yard or maybe a construction site.
Oh, some movement along here. Oh, movement up there as well. Oh, it's floating down from the roof. Superman!
The CCTV picks up a bizarre shadow figure that appears to be floating in the yard. Closely, you can make out what appears to be a head and even tubes.
That now looks like a dog. What are you doing, Superman?
It also seems that some dogs in the area have noticed the figure as well. They look to be running and barking towards whatever it is that is floating through. Things get even stranger though, as it moves up towards the road. It seems to become more and more human-like. This is definitely a very mysterious video. What could possibly explain this odd capture? Do you think this is truly a ghostly spirit caught on the CCTV?
It's a Kryptonian. He looks more like a Grim Reaper there though. Look, the scythe. He needs a scythe. Get Superman a scythe, please. We get Superman a scythe.
The following was taken during a haunted ghost tour of Salem, MA. This is an old house that has several ghost sightings, especially seen through the windows. The story goes that a man and his family lost their lives in there.
Victorian age butt plug there for you. Oh, hello. Cheeky.
The ghost on this picture was taken in an area where the house butts up against another house.
Look at the picture quality of that and the picture quality of that. That's the same, as in, like, if a person was stood there, they'd look the same. So, yeah, I'm saying that's the person. If it was a ghost, I think the image quality of the actual person would be different.
And not a common walkway. Very narrow area. The photos before and after are clear and not this blurry. So, what do we say to this one? Did this person capture a real ghost?
No.
Some commenters say that this looks like a child that might be wearing a white dress.
Who knows what it looks like? It could just be someone short. But I'm going to call fake on that one, I think.
This video was uploaded by paranormal enthusiast and ghost hunter Tim Morozov. Tim regularly visits known haunted and abandoned locations, and in this episode he's visiting an abandoned village that apparently was discovered a few years ago by some hunters while they were in the area. Apparently, there were sightings of a woman in white in this village by a few people.
Боковым зрением. Oh. What's that, eh? Is that a balloon? Don't think that one's a balloon.
Tim has explored all the houses, and the one he visits today apparently has the strongest paranormal activity out of them all.
My balls. Lovely.
Там есть кто-нибудь?
Oh, door just opened.
As Tim is setting up his equipment, he captures this strange apparition in the doorway behind him.
Where? Didn't say anything. Come on, Tim, show us where it's at. Ah, here we go. So we're watching this door. Oh! That was like a man in a white sheet. Let's see that slow. That looked like a man in a white sheet. Like he cut holes for eyes. Ready? There he comes. There he goes. Very transparent though. That was very transparent.
A strange ghostly shadow moves quickly across the back room. Could this be the spirit of the woman in white? It certainly looks pretty creepy to me, whatever we are seeing here on camera. The following is another CCTV recording, which was captured on a ship sailing off the coast of Somalia this past September. Security saw some strange balls of light at first, but didn't think anything of it. Nobody was moving in the lower area of the ship at the time for security reasons, as they were making it over the border. The area pitch black time. The area was pitch black, but then something really unusual unfolded.
Blue. Told you about the balls.
We see a person manifesting, but how is that possible? It looks like a dark cloud is forming, and then the person appears.
See the legs,
Many of the crew were sure that a mysterious event was transpiring here. Of course, they didn't see anybody leaving the area at that time on any of the other cameras. So, do we have to assume that a ghost was visiting that night? Now we want to look at a continuous haunting of Dino Nuggets, who seems to be living with a really scary shadow being in his home. He has captured this creature before on several occasions, and today he's making his way into the basement once more to tell this demon about some news. Let's take a look.
Could let the demon know, the weekly news.
Heard glass break. There's nothing down there but my windows to break.
Could have tied it up, man. Is that a cricket? I think? Go on, go down there. Go down there. Something smashed. Got a 75-inch Philips TV.
Of course.
My light bulbs is breaking. They'll be glass. That's probably why the lights aren't working.
Fucking joke.
No one knows how to use a light switch. Well, that's what I'm saying. You could have unscrewed the light bulbs. Could be smashing them.
Shit, man. I'm leaving the house, man.
What's that banging?
You're done. If you can. I'm leaving, man. Have it out now.
Go on. Must have a fight with it. Is he hiding behind the mattress? No.
It is unknown to me if Dino is leaving this house for good, possibly moving into a bit more peaceful home. I'm sure nobody would fault him for that. However, this being seems not to be too happy with this decision.
Throwing bits of wood at him.
As he's bolting out of the basement after dropping his phone, we are being left with a glimpse of what was with him in the basement that night. The same shadow creature that we have seen before, no doubt about that.
Horny bastard ghost. It's the entity.
This video was uploaded by the Brazilian channel Root X Paranormal Investigations. In it, the team is exploring a church in Rio de Janeiro that is over 100 years old and said to be extremely haunted. According to the team, there are many graves situated under and around the church. Some as old as 200 years. However, it is hard to say exactly how many people might be buried there, since apparently reports of residents were very inaccurate in those days. Apparently, this church was at some point a popular destination for tourists. However, due partially to the claims of spirits haunting those who enter, it is no longer often visited by anyone and is falling into disrepair. The team spends a while outside the building, and then inside using their paranormal devices to try and make contact with any of the spirits. Ironically, though, their most amazing capture they caught this night came from their simple camera.
Oh, you see that? On the back wall? Between them. Let's get a zoom in on that one. See it's walking past him, behind him. Oh, disappeared. Okay.
As two members of the team are checking some equipment in one of the back rooms, this strange shadow is seen walking behind them from right to left. Nobody in the team is walking into this direction, and nobody seems to notice the shadow.
The thing is as well, it's a shadow, so it's in front of his light. They're not back there. There's no light on the back of them, just around the corner. There's no light on the back of them, so yeah, it's in front of that guy.
Life in that moment. Is this a spirit that resides in the old church? Or is there a reasonable explanation for the outsighting?
Facts.
Don't forget to check out Fishing Clash. You'll find all the links in the description.
A bit to the right at the end. Let's see that.
All the links in the outsighting. Or is there a reasonable explanation for the outsighting?
Didn't say anything, Jay.
Please don't forget to check out Fishing Clash. You'll find all.
Looks like there's another bit you can't see. Ah, right. Okay, I thought you meant another bit of spooky stuff. I think that's just a wall, possibly a doorway there. But yeah, I don't think there's a doorway on that side or like an arch or anything. Alcove.
You'll find all the links in the description.
It could be, but it doesn't look like it's me. like a corner hidden by the angle. There might be.
The following was a live stream recording that Melisa Simic, a man from Croatia, shared on his Facebook page at the time. He was traveling a few months ago and decided to venture to an old graveyard situated in the Alps. He stated that inexplicable noises were the reason at first why he was drawn further into the graveyard. And he didn't expect anything out of the ordinary really, but he made out two scary looking figures up a little hill.
That's tall. That's very tall.
Da ste vidli? Ili mislim možda što sam sam ovde? Kao da mi se učinilo. Ne znam da ste videli, molim vas zavratite. Ništa se.
Look how tall they are. If there was an alcove though, that could cause that. I've seen shadows from one light while another light shone on the same wall looks like the shadow. Okay. I think I know what you mean. Could be. But yeah, look at these two buggers. How tall are they?
Ništa ne vidim I dalje.
Huge! Oh. Look at them. You see arms. Don't blink. How tall are they? Ah, right. Yeah, it's lost on me, I'm afraid. I watched Doctor Who. Weeping Angels. Why do they weep? Why do they weep? It's got like a proper like wizard's. I'm gonna use the phrase wizard sleeve. But you know, like draping down. Like weird hats. They can't move while being observed. Ah, okay. They can only move when you're not looking. So if you blink, they can move. Ah, okay. Like statues. The size of them, though. Beep, 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 beep. Man's using a Samsung in every graveyard. Every graveyard.
He thought that this might have been angels at first, perhaps.
The other one had a light on his hand.
He describes the figures pretty like. They were moving their arms quite weirdly, and he also swears that these were no statues. People on the internet state they look prevalent, almost like angels of death. In the end, we cannot be certain what exactly we are seeing here. I find it's quite the terrifying image. What do you think? Just statues? Or is something else going on here?
There's something else going on there. They're not statues, they're moving.
Now let's take a look at another investigation by Mindseed TV. The team at Mindseed has been checking out haunted locations for a while and have great reputations as professional ghost hunters. Well, in this video, they are checking out the
I did a stream watching a lot of Mindseed TV stuff, and one of them was weird. It wasn't starting in my stream, so someone had to be reached out to send me a message. And if you look at this certain point, you can actually see that it's a guy called Colton who was one of them. He was actually in the cupboard because you could see his reflection. I looked, and they were right, and it was like gutted. We'll watch it anyway.
Church of Jericho. This small abandoned church is located in Jericho, Wisconsin, and apparently is thought to be extremely haunted. The history of this church is relatively unknown. However, the team does mention there could possibly be some past of abuse in this church, which possibly could contribute to any spirits living within the...
This looks like one where
it doesn't take long before strange activity is captured in this church. Take a look at what they catch on the stairs shortly after entering into the main building.
All of this stuff belonged to someone at some point.
Well, this used to be like a private school section or something, you know?
I thought he mentioned that.
Sunday school or something?
I thought there was a nunnery. Didn't he say there was like nuns' quarters?
Oh yeah, he did say that. So the nuns must have lived here?
Either that, or like it was a Catholic school or nunnery or something. Yeah, they must have.
Hang on. Getting reading right in front of us in the middle of the hallway, right there.
Picking up a figure on the stairs.
The SLS camera seems to pick up the presence of any person on the stairs or in the middle of the hallway. The team does note that it will sometimes pick up on objects and mistake them for people. However, this hallway doesn't have anything in it really. Strange.
Is there anybody that would like to talk to us through this device? Oh, dude, there's a bunch of weird up here, man. Oh, what the Hey, dude, did you see that right there move?
No, I didn't see that shit move.
Did something move the tarp, perhaps?
I got pushed up.
There were many more creepy encounters in this investigation, and you should check out the whole investigation on Mindseed TV.
Mindseed TV.
This video was shared by Ashlyn21, who was out on a little trip one night. She took a couple of photos and noted.
How's it going, bro? Let's get a shout out for Mr. Burr. Barry, how was your stream, bro? Was it good? Been keeping the mean streets of ERP safe? Did you go to the paintballing? How was it? It's good they did it tonight, otherwise I'd have been there, but they had to do it on a Friday, didn't they? Which did I see that, Nancy? It was decent. Oh, good. Woody sucks. Yeah. Cheers, Mr. Hicks. So that's very kind of you. You killed Towner. Nice. Good. Towner's not very good. Let's be honest. Ah, nice one. I'm glad you had fun. Glad you had fun. How are you getting on, Mr. Hicks? You keeping well? You up your PC test soon? It was a quiet shift. That's because everyone was paintballing, probably. Did you say quiet much? I bet you just sat there constantly saying quiet, quiet, quiet. Just went state 11. Unbelievable. Part-timer. Bloody part-timer. So, as it's Friday, it's Freaky Friday, so we're watching some creepy shit. So this is a channel on YouTube called King Frostmare, and people send him stuff. Do my part-time checks. So, lots of potential ghosts. I mean, they could all be fake. They could all be real. Who knows?
Who's that?
Oh, just a friend, bro.
You've made a new friend. Oh, a friend? Since when
so
have
yeah,
you
we're
had other
watching
friends?
some spooky tips.
Oh,
as you can see, I've had the mohawk trimmed.
Oh, he's just some guy. Oh, he's just some
ready
guy.
for the weekend.
That's all it is. Just a friend. Don't forget the thumbs up. Oh, friend.
Gotta keep the hawk going.
Friend. Oh, friend. Please be my friend.
Right.
Oh, friend.
Let's get back into it.
Fuck you lot. Where's the beer?
That on one of them seemed something quite off. Let's take a look at that.
So, I mean...
Okay, so this is from my dad's
could have put your memory card in a computer,
and
so we could have seen it easier. Can't see a bloody thing.
Something up in the rafters of this building that we were looking at.
It's a pigeon.
See? That? You get clear as day. And it looks like it's like crouching down behind it.
Zoom in, love, so I can see it.
In the next photo...
It's gone. So go back to where it was and I can zoom in on it.
There's nothing there. But there's an orb.
There's an orb.
So...
It's gotta be a ghost, there's an orb.
I have reason to believe that I caught that on my little janky camera.
What is that, people?
From years ago. That I caught some creepy...
It's Predator.
In this little warehouse in Savannah, Georgia.
It's gonna skin you, love.
That it's not there now.
Skin you alive.
But the orb is.
The orb is.
But it's there now.
So, what are we seeing here on her little camera? Is this something paranormal? An apparition that was hiding? It's pretty interesting that we also see an orb appear right after that thing is out of frame. So, I'm actually not sure if this could be an animal. What else could it be?
A predator.
Let me hear your theories.
It's a predator. It's either a predator, a pigeon, and Jay seen 10 p.m. I think it's a balloon.
The following clips come to us from Muro75 from Germany, who is experiencing some paranormal activity in his apartment and has filmed some of the startling events. He writes on the first video, something like this happens almost every night.
They breed them Yautjas. That's it. Definitely a Yautja. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. There's no one there. Could be a kid.
Some constant and very loud banging can be heard.
Could be a kid below the peephole.
However, once he approaches, nobody and nothing can be seen from the peephole. Some commenters warned Muro not to open the door. There are many superstitions regarding knocking on the door.
It could be someone below the peephole.
A family member is trying to reach out to you, but others say it is a predictor of death or bad news incoming. The second video is even more puzzling. He writes as the caption, "Here is your proof. Pay attention to the balcony door."
Balcony door. It's a balcony door. That's his reflection.
While Muro is inspecting the window and door area, a dark figure can be seen creeping up at the upper. The apparition is completely dark. Its arm can be seen.
Hang on. Let's slow this down. Let's see if there's a cut. Let's see if there's a cut. Did you see a cut? Someone was there at first. Let's have a look.
Outstretched.
So that's his reflection. You see a woman walking along.
Its head looks like it might be covered in.
So was there before that? Was it?
No surprise when it turns around.
Was that the cut there?
The figure's nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere to be seen.
When it turns it in front area, and there was
I see someone in the door. What the balcony door. So this is after it's turned around. As he walked around the corner. So this is him walking around the corner. What there? Is that it there?
Area. A dark figure can be seen creeping up behind the
Then he turns around, the door opens. You can't see the woman.
Yeah,
so he spins back around and the door's open.
Completely dark.
I can't tell if there's a cut there.
Its arm can be outstretched in front of it, and its head looks like it might be covered in a cloak. To no surprise, when it turns around, the figure is nowhere to be seen. When it turns back towards the door, it is flung open. It does appear that the spirit that was knocking has managed to enter the house.
I'm still zoomed in.
What are your thoughts? It's a legitimate taunting.
Can't tell.
This was shared by Caxlan01, who tells us that after into what he describes as one of the most haunted houses he ever experienced, things started to fall apart rather quickly. The man shared lots of poltergeist encounters with his neighbors. At a certain point, he was sure that the spirit of a little child liked to manifest ever so often to scare him even more. The reasons are unknown. This was one of the latest recordings that he shared with his viewers.
See that again. Little kid runs down that corner. There's no cut there that I could see. There's no one there. You're going to say a cut on them all?
Is it possible that we are actually seeing the spirit here? It almost looks a bit too perfect in my opinion, and makes me think of the works of a similar channel. But who knows? I wasn't there after all.
There was a freeze for a split sec after the kid got to the wall. So the kid goes to the wall.
Is it possible that we are...
See what you mean, but I don't think it's a freeze. I think it's just a hesitation. So, yeah, there's like a... I don't think, as he's holding the camera by hand...
Is it possible that we are actually seeing the spirit here? It almost looks a bit too perfect in my opinion, and makes me think of the works of a similar channel. But who knows? I wasn't there after all.
He said it might be fake. It reminds me of a fake video from a similar channel.
This capture was shared by Pasillo and was forwarded to him by a viewer. They tell him that they took a snapshot that night of the uploader's wife and their grandmother passed away shortly after taking it. Eventually, they went through the pictures, and the fact that this was one of the very last pictures of their grandma made it just so more eerie. They saw somebody else in the back that wasn't there at the time, and that nobody could recognize.
Who's this? Who's this? You're out there, love. Ring girl, it fucking looks like, doesn't it? Sadako. Oh, Sadako.
It looks like a sinister, laughing
Samara
apparition.
From the remake.
If it was related to Grandma's passing, it's not very likely. But it still begs the question, why exactly this thing was captured on tape. How strange.
Good girl too. I'm sure it's the same girl.
The following incident has been shared by Denat Amenov. He states that something really strange happened one night as he was staying at his sister's house. He wrote, "The craziest thing just happened to me. Woke up at 3 a.m. from an annoying lamplight. This was filmed on an iPhone X. No other light sources were turned on in the room. And this is not a reflection. That was so surreal and weird."
So the light is off, but the reflection in the mirror shows it on.
It is really odd how this table light seems to be turned on in the mirror's reflection. Could this be happening in another dimension at this time?
Could that be something to do with infrared, maybe?
Where camera picks up infrared. For reference, he took 2 pictures in the morning.
No, I have to edit that out. Alright, mate, Mr. Cynical.
And he filmed again the following evening.
Could it be like an infrared thing that's shown up in the reflection and not in the light? Maybe? Ooh, Spoopy Jordy, how you doing, bro? Super cynical. You damn Americans and your cynics.
No strangeness seemed to be unfolding this time. However, somebody noticed that something else was with him the night prior. Something that was sitting under the desk.
But it's not coming from the light, but it is coming from the reflection. That's the weird part. If the light was switched off but glowing, then you could say, yeah, pick up infrared for some reason. Oh, is this something underneath?
Could this be an entity? People say it all looks a bit demonic, very creepy, whatever it was.
It could be. I mean, they could all be fake. Every single one of these could be fake.
What do you think happened here that night?
The monster thing underneath it.
Certainly a night to remember for him.
I don't know, it's interesting though. It is interesting.
User
Raphael 445 has shared the following surveillance footage on Reddit. He explains that one night his uncle
does he just like
appearing out of...
I'm gonna have to look for him. Does he just like fake all this stuff or prove it wrong? Like being in the mirror is legit. I've seen a lot of them. Debunks viral vids. Okay, cool. I'm good in works on all that shit. Captain Disillusion. Let's give him a subscribe and I'll check him out. We'll check him out. How's work outside, Jody?
Of nowhere, right at their property.
Jody?
Which was reason enough for him to get outside and tell them that his property was out of limits for them. What was a bit strange, though, is the fact that these men
be getting the Woody treatment on
after
you'd be
they had
getting fucked over them.
And they could only be for certain moments before they were on again.
MP was in chat earlier.
Strange. Let's take a look.
I've seen this one a few times. So, this one was going to say, do you have a mohawk? Oh yeah, I certainly do. What do you reckon? Did it myself. That's normal. So this one, I reckon, is a camera glitch. So it's this 5M guy. Exactly, man. Gotta keep the hawk going. Sometimes I've only just got 5 minutes to myself. Bloody hell.
Who was that? Just a friend.
Snizzy! Mr. Macintosh!
Oh, a friend?
Welcome to the stream, bro.
Since when have you had other friends?
Friend!
Oh, friend.
Oh,
it's just
friend.
some guy. Some guy? Oh, he's just some guy. Oh, he's just some guy. That's all it is. Just a friend.
So,
don't forget the thumbs up. Oh, friend.
This one here.
Oh, friend. Oh, friend. Please be my friend.
Friend.
Oh, friend. Oh, friend. Fuck you lot. Where's the beer?
But I think this is a camera glitch. I think there's something there and it's kind of burnt onto the camera. And then when someone goes out, a light goes on, which kind of resets the pixels, so they disappear. You'll see what I mean. So at the moment, you've got
and this is the moment when his uncle is talking to these two guys, but they don't react, which is really odd.
Then when he turns the light on, he gets in his car, and he'll turn the headlights on and they'll disappear. Like that. So I think the light
clearly looks like there's 2 men standing,
so that's why they
doesn't
disappear.
it? But let's think rationally. What else could
That's my theory behind that one anyway. Those security cameras are a lot of the cameras they use on these videos are
some people say that could be some regular shadows, but where would that light from? And it's pretty suspicious that they would disappear once the flashlight
it's like burnt pixels getting.
What is your explanation for that?
Kind of like refreshed. Like I say, it says the light kind of pans through as it disappears.
A user has the following. He stated, my friend sent
Speaking
me
of
this
shit
last
cameras.
night. This is his house, and when he wasn't home, he got a notification
like
that his camera
pixels,
picked up
especially if they're
movement.
recording a monitor. Yeah.
Once he watched it back and saw this, he would and asked me what my opinion was.
So I reckon on that one, they saw it on the monitor. So then the guy went out, couldn't see anything, so he turns the light on, which then makes them disappear. Then he comes back, oh, there's no one there. They watch it and then they see it disappear. Like when you look at an object too long and look at the light, and yeah, exactly. It's just you get it with screens quite a lot. You can get it's like you get screen burn. You can get it on your phones if like you've got like the same menu on the phone. You can get screen burn on those. And to fix it, you get these things that just flash with those different colors, which kind of resets all the colors and the pixels. Because old monitors are horrible for burning. Oh, like proper old Windows 95 monitors. You could read words on the screen when the monitor was switched off because it had burnt on that much.
Thoughts. Looks clear as stated.
Oh. What am I seeing here? This is... I mean, is that someone there? Or is it the kind of the camera playing about that the...
On first glance, one could think that the owner
like
himself is walking through
like
the frame here,
Oh,
but this wasn't the case apparently. His friend had some really odd encounters in his apartment in the past, but nothing that would ever prove that paranormal activity is unfolding in there. So, did his camera maybe capture an intruder that night?
Oh, Chuck, do you believe
Why
in
are we
ghosts?
looking at a paranormal incident here? The following video was shared by Pasillo Infinito, and it features a not further known paranormal enthusiast that is experiencing some really odd activity in his home. Tonight in particular, a lot of stuff seemed to be happening around his closet, and this was when he captured the following.
I think with stuff like this, you've got to have an open mind. It could all be faked. Oh, hello, Cheeky.
What the? What is that?
Looks like he's got sunglasses on.
What the?
Some say that he captured the spirit of a body here. Could this be possible? It's really weird though, since the temperature seemed to drop and rise whenever he was pointing towards this being. Do you think this man is being haunted by a lost soul?
Wish I had a disposable income for a thermal.
Or is it just a hoax after all?
It's so expensive.
Thank you guys for watching.
That's his reflection, do you think?
Watching.
Could be, because it looks like he's looking down.
Or is it just a hoax after all?
Heat doesn't reflect.
Thank you guys so much for watching.
Do you not see thermal in a reflection?
The next comes to us from Cliphunt2, who is an alleged ghost hunter and who was out the following night to hunt for the spirit of a notorious Kuntilanak.
To see it though, there'd be a heat difference.
This being was seen several times in the past
hey, boss,
when roaming around close to an abandoned building in the outskirts of town.
Snake?
After a few hours, he caught the following.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought if there's a reflection, it'd bounce off that and then onto whatever. Hello? Oh, it's ring fucking twats again. With a long hair.
He stated that he didn't know this woman in the distance, just standing there with her hair down.
He said he didn't notice her. If he didn't notice her, why did you hold the camera on her? It's on his camera quite consistently, holds it there for a couple of seconds, then quite consistently. I've seen some guys using the cams and they point out the window and they can see their reflection in the window.
He stated that he didn't notice this woman in the distance, just standing there with her hair down.
So two different schools of thought here then, don't we?
So
but this one I'm saying is fake
his investigation for a while.
Oh, I didn't see you. That's why you held the camera on her, you tits. But hesitation just screams they know they were there. Exactly. It's like other ones where it's framed perfectly. He's doing something off the side, then you see he goes to walk past something right in the middle. It's like, well, you framed it at that. How you expect it to happen? Moving normally. That one seems to move more. Did he lift up to centralizer as well? If I move along, look a bit of the ground, and then there's like less ground when it gets to her. I was looking at the ground there. He knew she was there, and then he says, "Oh, I didn't see her." If he'd have gone, "I saw this," and froze.
In total, he caught this woman 3 times this night.
Or I saw this and thought it was a tree.
Saw her
so
in
carried
the last
on.
capture.
Then fair enough, but
he returned home shortly after.
So that's perfectly
what exactly
framed.
did he hear this
Perfectly framed.
Do you think this was a being from another realm?
No.
Or was it just a confused woman?
It says Mrs. She's probably confused. She's like, what do we stand here in the middle of the night? What are you doing?
The following is an update from Diego Spikers, who has shared really terrifying encounters in the past in his own apartment. Apparently there's a spirit haunting his his entire family. One of the latest terrifying captures was featuring a strange hand that seemingly belonged to nobody.
It's like a weird hook hand thing. Right.
What kind of hand is that? Some commenters speculate that this might be the hand of...
I'm going to pop to the toilet. That's not paused.
This does not...
I'm going to pop to the toilet. I'll be right back. And we're back. Right, was there a cut? Let's put that in slow motion and examine this one.
Look human to them.
He's walking forward with the camera.
But who can say
is that a cut, then?
for sure? It is really creepy without a doubt, and I guess we will never fully know.
You think they've just CG'd it?
How exactly?
Because even if there was a cut, you just have to have space behind the door for them to be there.
Folded.
Do you think that was just CG added in? Film the hand on another door. Could have been. Oh, here you go. Truth is out there. This video seems to have stopped. Okay, King Frostnite, you've ended the video randomly. Right, let's go to our favourite. Oh, I didn't mean to type that. Oh well. Nuke's top 5. I've been pressing 1 for the zoom in and out, can't you? Top 20 scary TikTok videos of the year.
Top 20 scariest TikTok videos of the year. There's Marquette Jean from Mankato, Minnesota is enjoying a quiet night at home when suddenly her eye catches something strange on her daughter's baby monitor.
In the neighborhood, who you gonna call? Is it the fact that the baby eyes are weird? No, okay. It's an orb. It's an orb. It's just an orb.
Is there a cat in here? Is there a cat in here?
A cat?
No.
I didn't say a cat.
Oh, sorry. Love you, night.
That was the cat.
Okay? What's wrong? No, it's okay. I was just checking on you. Good night.
No, you were looking for a cat. Stop lying.
Huh?
I can't read.
You're scary? Why?
In the window. Sure it's not a cat.
There's no monster in the window. I'll look. See? I'll look.
On the monitor, Marquette Jean sees a bizarre figure that resembles a cat that seems to pass right through her daughter's bedroom
I suppose,
door.
body, tail.
But when she asks little Everly about the cat, the 3-year-old instead complains that, quote, there's a monster in the window and that she's scared. Now, oddly enough, Marquette says that her beloved cat passed away last summer. She also says that, quote, weird and bad things have been happening in their home for a very long time. But this is the first time that they've ever caught anything on camera. Marquette is not sure exactly what this is. Exploration gone wrong. 2 friends decide to explore an abandoned industrial park at an undisclosed location in China. It's been abandoned for over 3 years, and most of the entrances have been locked shut to prevent intruders and squatters. But this doesn't stop the 2 explorers as they manage to find a way inside.
Okay.
They start to explore the construction floor by floor.
Looks like a school.
That's when they spot something absolutely unnerving.
Oh, we saw this one earlier. It's the guy in the chair. It's the guy in the chair. We saw this one earlier. Right, up, Chuck. What do you make of this one? Ta-da! There's a bloke sat there. Quite clearly a bloke sat there, yeah? The chair! There's quite clearly a bloke sat there. Agreed?
What the?
I reckon he got off and quickly ran to this corner. And the camera doesn't look in that corner. Oh, it's a ghost. It's one of those 2 answers.
Did you see it?
Did you see it?
Someone appears to be sitting on a chair inside one of the empty offices. The cameraman calls out to his friend and they quickly turn back and check out the room.
I reckon run.
What the?
To the right hand side.
There's no one there.
What the?
So he got off the chair, quickly ran into this corner down here. The camera doesn't look in and look around that corner, so he's just stood there. That's what I reckon. Oh, it's a ghost, obviously.
So did they accidentally capture a paranormal event? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. A ghostly gift. Cassie O'Malley from Lamont, Illinois loves monkeys. So when one day she receives a monkey doll as a gift, she's absolutely thrilled.
That is horrendous.
Until she opens the box.
Oh my fucking god, I swear to god, this thing just fucking looked at me. Oh my.
For a split second, the creepy monkey doll seems to look directly at Cassie.
Oh my fucking god, I swear to god, this thing just
was that light reflection off the eyes,
Cassie
maybe?
says she's tried everything to debunk what she captured on camera, but she hasn't found anything to explain it. After this recording, the doll hasn't stirred up any trouble. So for now, Cassie is keeping the creepy little monkey doll proudly on display
I think it was light
in her
reflection off
home.
the eyes.
But what would you do with a gift if it did this?
It does
Let
look
me
like
know
it's like
down in the comments.
It does look like it's looking at us, to be fair.
God, this thing just fucking looked at me. Oh my.
Shadow of Doubt.
That's funny.
Late one afternoon in Spain, TikTok user Les spots the shadow of a pigeon perched just outside her second floor window. She decides to record a funny video for scaring the bird away. But when she approaches the window, things take a very odd turn.
X-rays.
Hay algo ahí y no sé qué es.
I think it's something to do with the way the blind's made, the way the blind lets light through. Oh, it's gone now. Yeah, so like, because it's like a mesh, when it's like looks out.
A shadow can be seen through the blinds, but when Les lifts the curtain, there is no pigeon. or anything else for that matter. But the shadow remains, and then just suddenly moves away.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Les, who has never any other super video, is baffled by the
Come on then,
incident.
Chuck.
She says that she doesn't really believe in the supernatural.
Explain that one.
But also she says she has
One
no
of Jay's
clue what the
balloons
odd
again.
shadow could have
One of
been.
his balls.
So is something normal or just an odd trick of the light?
I thought it was trick of the light.
One day
but
a severely
I don't know,
damaged car is brought into a garage in Villarica, Chile. It seems that the car had been involved in a serious traffic accident just the night before. The owner of the repair shop, Marcos Garcia, has a house that sits on the same property as the garage. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, he notices something very odd outside his window. He spots two mechanics, a man named Juan, who seems to be involved in a very animated conversation with someone. The problem is, there's no one there.
I've seen my dad do that.
Is all alone.
Could be a shadow
Marco
film
quickly
moving
pulls up the
away
live
and
feed of the
composites.
garage's CCTV camera on his phone. What happens next is downright chilling.
I've seen my dad doing this years ago.
Oye, este weón se volvió loco. Estoy revisando por la cámara del taller de mi teléfono, estoy en mi casa. Y este maestro está hablando solo.
Sometimes you know I get into conversation.
La verdad que no cacho qué onda. No, está hablando solo. Le voy a preguntar por cámara qué está haciendo. A ver, vamos a preguntar. ¿Aló? Oye, disculpa, pero ¿con quién estás hablando?
Con don Carlos
Mr. Carlos, give him an estimate.
Explicando el tema del accidente que tuvo anoche en la carretera. Se me está dando el presupuesto, le estoy explicándole lo que le estoy diciendo.
Oye, cálmate. ¿Qué, don Carlos? Pero, oye, escúchame un poquito. ¿Tú me estás hablando del accidente de anoche?
Claro.
Juan, me estáis huellando, ¿cierto?
No, pues estoy con don Carlos aquí, pues. Le estoy explicándole todo.
Oye, ¿podéis subir? ¿Sabes qué? Oye, es que no estáis hablando con nadie, viejo. No estás hablando con Juan y ayer los que chocaron.
Mr. Carlos on the phone.
Juan, no estás con nadie.
Like I say, any of these could be fake, so you gotta have an open mind.
Sube, viejo, sube, vente al tiro. Si no estás con nadie, Juan.
No, we've got the speaker on. Mr. Carlos, could hear you.
Tengo grabado, vente, por favor, vente.
Put Mr. Carlos on the phone.
No, esta weá es...
Mechanic Juan swears that he was talking to a man who was very real, said his name was Mr. Carlos. Juan says that he could see Mr. Carlos standing right in front of him, clear as day. He says Mr. Carlos was asking questions about repairing the severely wrecked car from the night before. Now, Juan had no idea that all of the passenger car had passed away in the accident. He also didn't know that one of the deceased passengers was a man named Mr. Carlos.
Mr. Carlos.
So did Juan talk to a ghost? He certainly seems convinced.
So how did he know the guy's name? Unless it was on the news, maybe?
A cry
Did he say the names
for
on the
help.
news that soon?
TikTok user Ali McDaniel from Raleigh, North Carolina says that he just returned from a fishing trip when he heard something odd coming from a nearby public toilet. Perhaps the sound of a screeching animal. He pulls out his phone and moves closer to film the odd sound. But it turns out it's not the sound of an animal at all.
Yo, what the?
You understand that? You'd run in.
What the?
You'd call out to her. Something like the owner's name of a wrecked car.
Bro.
Could be, yeah. Could do.
There's nobody in here.
You'd call out to her. You wouldn't just be like, oh, this is weird. Right, hello, where are you? Can't fucking find you, love.
Yo.
Look how happy he is. He's delighted.
A woman can be heard screaming desperately for help inside.
Oh yeah, I look for the legs to see what's torturing.
But when Ali goes inside and checks, he soon realizes that there's no one there. Shocked by the experience, he posts his video to TikTok. There's no one there.
It's because it's the gents' toilets. Walk around the back into the ladies.
Shocked by the experience, he posts his video to TikTok, and many concerned viewers believe that he might have caught a spirit. Or possibly even a skinwalker.
Yeah, it's the gents' toilets. Went to the wrong... He did, didn't he? That's going to be a toilet box. It's going to have gents and it's going to have ladies on the other side. She's in the ladies.
But what do you think?
Yo, what the...
We need scary videos. So if you see anything that you think would be perfect for the top 5, send it to us at nukestop5@gmail.com.
And he's just, oh, there's no one here. It's amazing.
This next creepy video went absolutely viral on TikTok.
Exactly.
And for good reason. An average family are enjoying a fun leisure night, hanging out at home.
But leisure night?
Suddenly it turns into something right out of a horror movie.
All right, so Dad, if you remember the
I'm telling you,
stupid rap.
I could do it all. I think it was like 88, 89, maybe, I don't think it was 90, maybe 87, 88, 89. They had this record that was a square. It was from McDonald's, but they put it in the Columbus Dispatch. But it's like a piece of paper, but you put it on like a 33, and it had like...
Yeah, you got the women's afterwards. It may have sounded like it was coming from the men's. I think the sound could travel over both, Bill, maybe. I've just noticed this cup's moving. I don't know if you guys noticed that. But watch this cup.
But anyway, it was a square.
Watch this cup
it was
here.
from McDonald's, but they put it in the Columbus Dispatch. But anyway, it's like a piece of paper, but you put it on like a 33.
See that? You see it move?
It had like the Big Mac song on it. And if you could recite it and go into the store, like the restaurant, and recite it, they give you free food or something. I still know the whole song.
This has got to be the nerdiest I've ever heard in my entire life.
Look at the cup.
Go.
Are you posting this on like...
I'm gonna post it.
Well, just a disclaimer, I'm fat and I don't give a shit. So
oh god.
This out. Ready?
That cup's moving.
1, 2, 3. Big Mac McDLT, quarter pounder with some cheese, filet, a fish, a hamburger, a cheeseburger, a Happy Meal, McNuggets, tasty golden Frenchy fries.
Did you see that?
There could be a film of liquid that the cup sat on.
Are you kidding me right now?
Mandy, her husband Brent, and their daughter are just
hanging together and having fun. But it wouldn't topple over.
Suddenly, a cup just inexplicably flies into the
air
and
pushed from like lower down
to the floor.
The way it goes like that.
Hey guys, this is Mandy. This is her channel. I'm Brent. This is a follow-up to the, I guess, McDonald's song Solo Cup, Flying Cup incident. We were having a family night, and I decided to recite the 1989
could be 59
McDonald's menu song.
Could also be a ghost.
And they were funny, and my daughter, who was here, decided to
record him,
video me, and put it on her stupid TikTok or whatever, wherever she puts it on. But yeah, I was in the middle of trying to do the song and just have fun with it. And
on that dang old
I heard
TikTok
something
thing the kids are all into.
I guess you'll see me in the video. If you pay attention, I looked down at the table and I stopped singing. And why I did that is because I heard something. I didn't see a cup move or anything like that, but if you go back and look at the video, you can see the cup move a couple times. But I heard it audibly on the table. I thought it was something like a mouse, or we don't have mice or pets. Basically,
you don't have mice
a
or
little bit
pets.
later, the thing moves again.
It's a mice with some vision line.
It flies off the table, and I about pissed my pants because I've heard.
How about piss my pants?
Ever experienced anything like that? Extra.
We flew out of the living room.
Yeah, we actually left the living room. I was thinking about going to the Howard
But it was
Johnson.
a mouse, but we don't have mice.
Because we stayed up all night, didn't sleep very well, trying to figure out exactly what this was. I have no explanation for it. that really scared me, and I don't get. I'm skeptical about this stuff. But when cups are flying around, there's something going on. So this is where I was sitting on the floor. This is the table. The solo cup would have been about right here. My daughter was sitting kind of in the middle of the couch, and my wife was sitting on that there. And this is the scene. This is our little living room. No ghosts, but this is where it happened.
To this day, the family has no idea what could have caused the cup to suddenly start moving and flip into the air. And their TikTok page has no other paranormal related videos. So, let me know what you think. The Dark Visitor. TikTok user Alex from the Dominican Republic receives a very bizarre video from one of his friends. The video shows his friend leaving his apartment to go to work at around 5:30 in the morning. What happens next is truly bizarre.
Oh. That seemed sus. That was like, they recorded two videos, one of a kid doing that and one of her walking out, and they've lowered the opacity of the kid. That sounds like you.
While closing his apartment door, a very odd-looking dark translucent figure
a
can
kid
be
in some
seen in
crazy
the
little
background,
morph suit.
just walking through the hallway. But then, it just disappears into thin air. The guy catches the figure from the corner of his eye, but he doesn't realize what it was until he reviews the CCTV footage. The clip went viral on TikTok, racking up nearly 7 million views and tons of viewer feedback pouring in. So to very quickly answer some viewer questions and even claims that the video was fake, the guy records a super quick video to explain exactly what happened.
Video has gone viral. It doesn't have any type of editing. Just like I was explaining to Alex. Yeah, but you're gonna say that.
What do you think this could be? Is it real? Or is it all just a TikTok hoax?
It's a TikTok hoax.
You decide.
I've decided.
The Hanging Man.
Oh.
In his home in England, family man Ricky Beadle has gotten increasingly more worried about his son Elliot's abnormal behavior. One day, Ricky finds his son whispering to himself in his bedroom. So, Ricky decides to take out his phone and record as he asks little Elliot what's going on.
Elliot, what are you doing?
I'm drawing a picture.
Oh, that's cool. What's that? What's that in the corner?
The man hanging.
Oh, why have you drawn that?
Because the man is hanging up there.
That's weird.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What does he do?
Just hanging around.
He annoys me at the night.
Why?
Because he does this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
but I'm not allowed to tell anybody.
Okay.
5-year-old Elliot explains that he's drawn the man that is hanging in the corner of his bedroom. A man that annoys him at night by banging on the wall. Now, as if that wasn't creepy enough, Ricky later finds his son seemingly talking to someone that
why
only
was
he
his
can
t-shirt
see.
inside out? Oh, is that the banging?
Elliot, what are you doing?
I see them hanging.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right.
He's crying, and I keep saying stop it.
Is he crying?
Yeah.
So this is the photo of the hanging man he's seen in the corner of his room. I'm going to ask him to draw it again when I've rubbed it completely off. Elliot, can you draw the hanging man for me like you did before?
No, because he's off at night.
What if I don't let him, if you can sleep in my room, is that okay?
Yeah.
Right, so what's these on his face?
Tears.
What's this?
Straight.
Oh, okay. Does he cry quite a lot?
Yeah, because he's got hay fever up there.
He's got hay fever.
Okay.
In the corner.
Okay, thank you.
But he knows me.
Get some antihistamine.
He keeps saying, he always bangs on you just.
Creepy kids. My sister is one of them.
Now Ricky believes that maybe his son
part
Elliot
2
just
was
has
the
a
first
bit
one,
of an
where he
overactive
drew.
imagination.
Then part 2 was
But
where he drew him
that
again.
soon changes.
TikTok
Dad Ricky
bullshit.
becomes worried when the 5-year-old can't seem
I
to
don't
get
know.
any sleep
I don't
for
know.
3 nights in a row.
Getting a kid
Ricky
to come
decides
up
to
with
let
that.
his son try sleeping in a different
Or to
room.
repeat that.
And he enters a
I
security
don't know.
camera to try to figure out what's going on. It isn't long before Elliot is woken up once again. When Dad Ricky checks the security footage, it makes his blood run cold.
Stop it. He's scaring me.
That kid's brilliant. Stop it, you're scaring me. Pack it in.
Now, Ricky thinks the strange growl in the footage is nothing more than a vent inside the room, but he has no idea what seems pulling Elliot out of the
I
bed.
thought he'd got pulled.
Looking
Or did he
for
just
any
slide himself to
explanation,
start getting
he
out of bed,
decides to
maybe?
share his story on TikTok. So, just what do you think is going on here? Could Elliot's imaginary friend perhaps not
See, I'd
be
say that's
so
legit.
imaginary after all? Is the hanging man real? And what does he want with Ricky's son?
Why is this jumping
Let me
inside
know
out?
your thoughts down in the comments. The thing downstairs.
So I believe
Sophia
that.
says that she's been experiencing bizarre supernatural activity in her home in Argentina. She's home alone one night when she starts to hear strange sounds coming from downstairs. What happens next is absolutely terrifying.
Gente. Otra vez el ruido ese. Poco estoy haciendo compañía hoy, pero ya estoy sola. Todavía se escucha un ruido de abajo. Y la verdad que no sé. Ay, la controladora.
Focus! Focus! That's better.
Sora.
Sora! Whoa, okay.
Sora,
On
subí.
the stairs. 3 little hands. Let me guess, composited. Dog's not happy. Piss the dog off.
Sophia sees an ominous dark figure at the bottom of the staircase, slowly reaching out towards her. But Sophia is not having it.
There's something
She
there. I
rushes
don't know if
down
it's
to
true,
protect her
something
dog and
right.
cat, who are
What's
both
going on?
downstairs. But the hands disappear and there's nothing there.
Was that 2 eyes?
Only her
Or was
2
that the dog?
visibly upset pets. So could this be something supernatural? Or is it just another TikTok hoax? You decide. An odd intruder. A woman in Jamaica steps outside to retrieve something from her car, but she doesn't know that an absolutely chilling event is about to occur.
Something's run to the bins. It's going in the house.
As the woman exits her house and walks towards her car, we can see some strange translucent shape charge out of the woods near her house and run right inside the front door. Now, whatever this is does not seem to be any kind of compression glitch. The woman in the video is perfectly clear, and also the figure approaches the light and still remains an odd, indistinguishable. But is it supernatural? And if not, just what is this? As always, I leave it up to you to decide.
Could it be?
This next video is a bit of a mystery as it was posted to TikTok without a source. The post claims that the video was recorded in an apartment in Barranquilla, Colombia. The man who recorded it said that he was shocked when he'd hearing the chilling sound of a woman crying from somewhere in his house. He took out his phone to record the terrifying event, but what happens next makes his blood run cold.
Niño.
Was there a cut? Particle simulations are pretty good.
A young boy with a blank expression suddenly appears from behind the man's TV stand. And judging from the man's reaction, he has no idea who this child is. The boy then ducks down behind the stand and the man quickly walks
There is
over.
a bit of a
But the boy has disappeared into thin air.
Could have been.
Now, without a source, it's impossible to know whether this creepy footage
It's
is
after it
real
disappears,
or
the camera then
fake.
shakes.
Either way, The
shake
video was definitely spooky. A few months ago, we featured the story of Tim Saver, a night guard who started a new job at an undisclosed facility.
I'm going to challenge you to
For
do a
some
fake
reason,
one.
no one was willing to work the night shift. And before long, Tim understood why. He began to experience disturbing and unexplainable events at work. Eventually, Tim discovered that the source of the strange activity in the building seemed to be coming from an overhead attic space. When Tim went up into the attic to investigate, he discovered something truly horrifying.
I've seen this one. It's the hand. The hand. It's a hand. I'm not here to do it.
Since this video, the strange activity in the building has only gotten worse. Tim says that he's actually been attacked by something a few times. So, cut to another late night. Security guard Tim begins to hear banging coming from somewhere inside the building. Once again, he grabs his phone and hits record as he goes to investigate.
Yes, there could be someone in a room banging something. Let's pretend there isn't.
Please protect me, God.
Something I've always wondered. So they always get like Catholic priests in to do exorcisms and they'll say things like, please protect me, God, and stuff like that. But what if the ghost was an atheist? Do you know what I mean? If the ghost doesn't believe in God, then, do you know what I mean? If I die, I mean, I don't believe, I'm not religious, okay? If I die and start haunting someone, and someone goes, right, we'll get a Catholic priest in, I ain't going to listen to him. I don't believe in any of that. What if the ghost was a Hindu, or a Sikh, or a Muslim? Do you know what I mean? It's always mainly Catholic. If I come back, I would be the most powerful demon ever. You'd make really fake-looking ghost sightings, wouldn't you? Just to disprove them all.
I guess we're doing this.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Mannequin. Yes, there could have been someone with a stick pushing it from behind boxes, but...
What the
fuck? Oh.
Whoa.
Would smash something, though, surely. Just crying because you didn't mean to break it. Oh, come on, a cluttered closet with plenty of bullshit to be moved.
Hello? Who's there? Hello?
What the hell was that going to be?
A mannequin moves on its own and then falls over. Then a large glass frame falls to the floor and shatters into a million pieces.
Hello?
Tim hears the creepy sound of a woman crying, and finally, a loud, raspy voice can be heard from somewhere in the room.
Why would he get the fuck out if there's no ghost in there? What's that voice saying?
Tim is scared shitless and he just makes a run for it. So, now a few weeks later, Tim is back on the night shift when things once again take a terrifying turn.
Terrifying turn. Oh, hands. They don't look real. I will say they do not look real.
Hello?
Too clear as well. That's just a pair of like gauntlet style gloves. Someone's got on them pulling over, I reckon. Yeah, now you turn your torch on after he's run off. Mine. Yeah, they'd be pulled over inside that, okay. Is that a cross? An upside down cross? Sign of the devil? Demonic?
Someone or something can be seen sitting on top of a steel cart. Whatever it is slowly moves back, and when Tim turns on his flashlight, it just disappears.
That's where the cut
Tim says he is shocked by all that he's seen while working night guard in the
building. I'm gonna make an alien abduction vid.
But this pushed him over the edge. The next day,
when it goes,
Tim
like,
quit his
deadly
job.
black, that's where the cut is.
So is it real? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide.
That's the bit that looks fake.
Not clowning around. TikTok user Jacob explains in his videos that he's recently inherited his grandmother's house after she passed away.
She got dolls.
But Jacob says that he can't shake the strange feeling that something in the old house just doesn't want him there. And then things just get weirder because Jacob finds a creep gesture doll that belongs
if you're gonna
to
have
his
that in your house, you deserve to be fucking haunted.
She left it for me, and when I got here, I saw
it turns and looks at it. I've seen this one.
And one of the best things is right behind here.
It's not the best thing. You need to burn it.
Oh yeah.
Burn it.
I call Jeffrey.
Burn Jeffrey.
Grandma left him for me, I guess. Real creepy.
Why does he look pregnant?
Kinda cute though.
No.
Jacob says that when he was a child, the sight of the doll used to terrify him.
You leave a clown like that in the house. Yeah, you do. You deserve it.
Anymore.
You collect that kind of shit.
Then, late one night, Jacob wakes up to hear knocking coming from his bedroom closet.
But don't sit it there. Of all the places.
I just heard knocking from the closet.
Yeah, leave it there so as soon as you wake up, that's what you see. Mental. Absolutely mental. I have seen this one before. And he deserves it. Best friends with the sleep paralysis. I mean, if the Chucky films have taught us anything, don't collect dolls. Because this is the shit that happens.
Did you see it? The Jester doll's head has turned. Before it was facing the bed, but now it is staring right at Jacob as he closes the
camera's
closet
staring right
door.
at where it is as well.
Almost
as,
as if it's keeping an eye
to make
on
it a
him.
reveal.
Jacob says that he didn't even realize that the doll had moved at the time and only noticed it later when looking back at his footage. So could it be that Jacob's grandmother's home is haunted? Could there be an entity attached to the creepy
if he's keeping that
Jester?
shit about.
I'll leave that to you
You're playing
to
that,
decide. An unrestful stop. Late one night, truck driver Danny Ramirez pulls over at a rest stop in Oregon to sleep for the night. But there will be no sleep this night. He experiences something truly bizarre.
Started to hear stuff out here. I'm over here on 97 on the rest stop. And,
the camera's trying to have to be like head movements, like when you get started.
What the hell is that?
I've seen videos about, I think there's a town in America where you get this noise, and it's something to do with like a refinery or something.
What the heck is that? absolute idiot.
It's very loud, so it's not like someone shouting. The Wolf City boy. Name's goddamn wolves. That's not a wolf. That's not a wolf.
Starting to regret that I stopped at this rest stop.
That's not a wolf.
And they say Bigfoot isn't real?
It could be a moose.
I don't know if I
A
want to
moose
stick
is
my arm
that
out the
loud.
window.
Mooses? Meese? It's a fucking moose. Is that what mooses sound like?
I can't
Let's go
believe.
quiet.
A loud animal-like wail can be heard coming from the woods right in front of Danny's
A
parked
loud
truck.
moose-like wail.
Danny believes he might have captured the sounds of a Bigfoot. Now, it should be noted here that Danny has never posted anything related to the paranormal on his TikTok, which makes this creepy footage that much more believable. Also, others say that they've heard the exact same sounds in this exact same area.
What is the plural of moose? Mooses?
But of course,
Meese?
real or not, I leave that to you to decide.
Meese sounds
A
ridiculous.
phantom favor. Secured Freddy works at a busy construction site in Texas. He says that during a night shift, a construction worker named Jose needed help moving a giant heavy wood board. Jose is relieved when a fellow worker who he's never met suddenly offers to help him out. After they move the heavy cable reel, Jose looks back over to thank the young man. But he's disappeared.
Could just be rolling on its own. Obviously, just give it a roll, then walk to the side of it and stop. I'll have someone off, give it a good shove.
Jose reports what happened to the security guard, Freddy, and to his foreman, but they tell Jose that he was the only worker on duty that night.
The
He was
ghost had
completely
stopped it.
alone on the job site.
It would have looked a bit more.
So as a matter of site security, they check the
bizarre.
CCTV footage, and they're shocked by what they find. And this is where things get really weird. Jose spots a photo on the wall inside the office and recognizes the man in the picture as the man who helped him out that night. Security guard Freddy and Jose's foreman are chilled to their core. Because you see, the man Jose points out in the photo passed away over 7 years ago. The man's name was Alpez, and back in 2015, when he was only 21 years old, he was hit truck on the job site and passed away almost instantly. Security guard Freddy decides to post the bizarre footage on TikTok, but after receiving some backlash, he decides to actually show just how difficult it is to move one of the heavy wooden cable reels.
They are heavy.
No chance. Even if you pushed it hard enough, it's not rolling that far and it's coming back.
So could it be that Jose received help from the ghost of Alan Lopez, whose spirit is still wandering the job site? Let me know down in the
So
comments.
he's saying you can't have given it a good push and made it roll
Flipping through
because
the
of that heavy.
trees. A little while ago, I featured the creepy story of Lauren Combs, who over the course of a year captured multiple mysterious unexplained events in her home in Waco, Texas.
Waco.
Did you do that?
That could be a short on the electrics. Don't exist.
Oh my god.
Now, since these terrifying, Lauren has installed a new security camera in her backyard because eerily, a lot of the strange activity in her home seems to take place in the wooded area just behind her house. So late one night, Lauren is hanging out and casually playing some Call of Duty with her roommate when their dogs begin to totally freak out for no apparent reason. What happens next is all caught on camera.
How close was to that TV? I didn't see a doorbell when they panned right after I opened the door. Almost like whoever was hitting the doorbell.
Dogs all seem freaked out by something that is going on out the house. So Lauren checks her outside security cameras and sees something that chills her to her core.
It's close, right in front of the TV. That's moving too fast. That's moving too fast.
Someone or something can be seen quickly pacing or even running back and forth along the tree line in Lauren's backyard.
We had Superman earlier,
Lauren
now we've got
has
the
no
Flash.
idea who or what this could
Get
be,
the whole fucking Justice
and
League
is
out tonight.
extremely disturbed
Where's
by the
Batman?
whole experience, especially after everything else that happened in the past.
Headlights
So
in the
just
highway
what
behind
do
the
you
house.
think is going
Yeah,
on
but it's just
here?
woods behind the
And
house.
what is this?
It
Gate
seems to go back and
to
forth
hell.
as well. It's just
3
one way
a.m.
and then
and Cassandra is
disappears.
shocked awake by the sound of her two very disturbed pit bulls. As she jumps from her bed and looks out of her
Yeah,
bedroom
they said it's
window,
just woods
she
behind the
quickly
house.
realizes why her dogs are so upset. Her outside garden
It's a
gate
big
is
highway.
moving, violently clanging back and forth all by itself.
Why don't you see the lights permanent there all the way? Wind? Gate swinging in the wind? There's literally no wind right now. Okay, you heard me. Please block the light and intermittent show through. I don't know. I'm doing this about long. I'm not buying it. Oh, someone said that. Michael Myers. And let me guess, they're now gone. You're filming. It was a cat. Gate stopped.
Now the gate moving by itself is shocking enough,
Panzers
but
should have
most
skipped the
terrifying of
smoke
all, some
wagon.
very strange looking person appears to be standing just outside the garden fence. Cassandra runs to grab a brighter flashlight, but when she returns, the mysterious figure has disappeared. She seems to hear something nearby and whispers, "Hello." As if in
Why'd she send the
response
light
to her
off?
greeting, someone violently pounds on the door right beside her. Cassandra says that she called the police, but they didn't find anyone or anything around her property. So whatever this is, it remains unexplained. Wrong turn. Dirt bike rider Ethan's TikTok is
flashlight,
dedicated
my
to
weapon,
videos
my
of
light
his
is-
biking trips into the sand dunes and woods of Oregon. But one day when he's 15 miles out into the woods and completely alone, he experiences something that frightens him to his core.
Bones? They look like they've been put there intentionally.
This is where most people would turn around.
There's a
never get to see what's on the other side. That's where all the gold is waiting over there. Could be missing out what's on the other side.
That sounds like a
Hello?
cat. Sticks breaking could be any animal. But that hell sounded like a cat to me. Could be a big cat.
Ethan is shocked when he hears strange human-like sounds coming from the woods. He believes it's a voice saying, "Hey," and "help."
Could be missing out what's on the other side. Hello?
Ethan then hears strange movement in the brush that seems to be quickly moving towards him. He decides to just get out of there and is so spooked that he runs right off the path and almost ends up falling right down the hill. When he posts the video to his TikTok page, he wonders if he might have had an encounter with a skinwalker or some kind of cryptid. Because you see, it's rumored that a strange creature wanders these woods. But many of his viewers just shrug it off. They say that he probably just heard a bobcat or maybe even a peacock.
Okay, not a bobcat. Wow. That's not help.
Now,
like
whether it was just a bobcat or a peacock or not, many of Ethan's viewers want to see more. They ask Ethan over and over to turn to that same spot in the woods to see what happens. So finally, Ethan decides to return, but he makes the very bad decision to return late in the day as the sun is starting to set. As you might guess, it did not go well. Something happens that no one can explain.
Oh God, bones are still here. I don't like this at all. Oh God, there's even more bones than last. It's been a few months since I filmed the last video, because honestly I've just been too scum up here. Definitely a lot more overgrown than last time. I'm hoping that since it's been such a long time, I don't think anything will happen this time. I think that tree is actually gone. This road's been cleared. Looks like we've already passed it a while ago, but that tree is gone. Oh! It's just dark as hell in here. I'm probably gonna turn around.
Can't see a bloody thing. Thought I heard it again then.
Oh, there's two ways. Holy crap, dude, this trail goes on forever. It just got really quiet really
just
fast.
Shut up. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Did you see it?
I didn't see it. And of course the bike won't start.
No, 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 no. Yeah, that was my f***ing cue to go. That was my cue to leave.
What happened?
It's already getting dark when Ethan finds himself in a field and tries to decide which way to go next. All of a sudden it gets really quiet as even the crickets seem to stop chirping. Suddenly an ominous looking figure walks right out of the darkness of the tree line. Terrified, Ethan gets out of there as quickly as he can. So what is going on here? Did Ethan find the creature that he heard months earlier? Could this be what many believe to be a skinwalker? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Beware the purple chair. Proud mother Martina claims that she and her family are terrorized by a dark supernatural entity that haunts their home. Martina has set up a series of static cameras to keep us safe on her children, but she also caught some footage that is absolutely unnerving.
Wind? 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 Right, explain that one. He didn't kick off with his foot.
Two doors move by themselves and the boy calls for his mother, but otherwise doesn't seem that concerned. But as he continues to play his video game, his chair is forcefully pushed backwards, finally sending the boy running from Mama. Cut to another day and Martina is casually vacuuming the hallway carpet. Then this happens.
Henry got possessed.
Again, the door moves by itself and Martina's vacuum seems to float into the air as she hysterically slaps and screams at it until it just drops back to the ground. But the creepy activity doesn't
You'd have to have
stop
strong
there.
fishing line for that.
Martina and her son are home alone one night when the living room security camera captures this.
Door handle's going, that's not wind. Chair's moving on its own. The chair went like that as well. The back of the chair. Is she getting pulled then?
The outside door opens and closes on its own as the door handle rapidly rotates as if being turned by some visible force. Martina grabs her phone and is about to record the door. Purple Destiny suddenly glides toward her and her son. The two have had enough and are about to hurry out of the living room, but something seems to forcefully pull at Martina's sweater. So is this real poltergeist activity caught on camera? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
So did you connect something to it? So when she got to listen to it and then pull it?
Danielson from California lives with his mother in a house completely filled with his mom's collection of antique dolls, furniture,
fucking dolls
and vintage trinkets.
Hey guys, can you get a little tour of my place? Because I guess some of you were asking about it. Hi, Mom.
Hi, how are you doing?
Check out this 1930s Art Deco mannequin.
1928.
Okay, all of this vintage stuff my mom got in like France, I think. Look at these dolls. My mom just like collects dolls. Every room of this house is filled.
I don't care if it's real, to be honest. Exactly.
Even the bathroom.
Exactly.
Daniel says that his mother has been collecting ants for as he can remember, and he's starting to believe that some of the items might have something supernatural attached to them.
Why?
One night when Daniel hears bizarre tapping coming from a room downstairs, he takes out his phone and begins to record.
Guys.
Yo, appreciate the luck, bro.
Do you hear that?
I from the Annabelle movies. Exactly right.
Tapping noises I was talking about.
Collect stuff like that though. Come on. What's wrong with these people?
Like, where is this coming from?
But it could be him tapping with his other hand.
It's like knocking at the door.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Oh, this is bullshit.
Hello?
After the odd experience, Daniel decides to install a security camera to keep an eye on the creepy antique dollhouse. 5 days later, and this happens.
Oh, something on the top, in the attic. Is it a box? Camera was there.
Miniature furniture inside the dollhouse seemingly moves by its. Cut
looks like
to the next night. It's 2:30 a.m. and the knocks up.
So the camera was there in the original footage watching the house. It looked like stop motion animation to me. Like a kids' TV program from the 80s. Yes, yeah, camera's there. You're right. The white egg-shaped deal on, yeah, inside the house, yeah, I see it.
Security, and this happens.
Yeah, box on the top move.
He moves all by
Shenanigans!
itself. Cut to the next night. It's 2:30 a.m. and the knocking returns. But this time, it's not coming from the dollhouse.
Yo, anybody there? Random audio on video where these... I mean, yeah, you can add audio to any video. Let's show the doll blinking. Because it's the middle of the night, you're half asleep, and it's a fucking doll.
At this point, Daniel has had enough, and he moves the old dollhouse into the garage with some other old collectibles. And this is when things start to get really creepy.
Oh, for God's sake. Let's don't launch this. I don't care. Oh, the doll's blinking. The doll's blinking. It's only got one arm, it's harmless. It's fine.
Disturbingly, a doll's eyes seem to move on their own. Daniel begins to wonder if whatever is haunting the dollhouse might have moved to the creepy little doll. But some of Daniel's viewers on TikTok start to get a bit suspicious as to whether his clips are real.
So some of you are saying that I am making this up, which I totally get, and honestly I cannot prove to you, like, undoubtedly that it's real. I just am reporting to you guys what I am seeing.
Now, even Daniel's own mother is skeptical of his claims that something from the dollhouse might now be haunting their home. But all that changes one night when she too experiences something downright chilling.
Not too graphic, I hope.
But I hope you enjoy yourself. I went over to America 10 years ago to try my luck, and I've been there ever since. There you go. Hollywood.
As Daniel's mother is watching TV on the couch, little footsteps like those of a small child can be heard running right behind her. The sudden spooky sound startles her so much that she quickly raises up to look and is visibly freaked out because there's no one there. So could Daniel's mother's hobby of collecting antiques for all these years be the cause of their paranormal experiences? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Caught live on camera. Popular TikTok creator Millie George is doing her makeup one night when she decides to go live to chat to her followers. It's late at night and she's home all by herself when her viewers spot something in the background that shocks her to her core.
Okay, so
on the live, right, 1 minute I'm doing my makeup in the mirror, like this, like literally doing nothing, and then everyone's like, oh, someone just walked in your house, someone just walked in. I was like, stop winding me up, no one's walked in my house. Like, stop winding me up. On his couch? I walked over to the back door. I'll show you the back door now, look.
Alright.
I walked over to the back door.
Yeah.
So this is how the camera works. The camera was like this in my house. I see the back door there.
Yeah.
There's a reflection there. Okay, so I have an automatic sensor when you walk out my back door that the back door light comes on.
Yeah.
If it's switched on.
Oh, I've just got the door open. So like, look, and you can see everything.
An
in the
automatic
garden.
sensor,
okay.
Right?
I'm locking the fucking door. Right, I'm now going to show you the CCTV footage on my phone from my fucking live.
CCTV footage?
From the live. I've got it downloaded. Download the live.
Download the live.
And what was you supposed to? Someone else?
Someone
This
else
was
in
5 nights
there.
ago, by the way. Yeah, no, look.
Exactly what I
Okay,
picture
so-
Londonese women.
All right,
Yeah, I'm watching,
More
I'm watching,
Essex
I'm watching.
disease of London.
Watch.
Right, the door opens.
Is it? Can't see her faces in the way.
Wait. I'm going to zoom in.
Oh, no way. Did your door open?
It's glass. You can see through the door. Look.
It is. Same
There's no one
difference.
there.
Same thing.
Bro, this is like the ring.
And then
No, it's
it
not.
gets worse. It gets worse.
I've got
It
some
gets
dodgy
worse,
woman
mate. I
from
don't know what
Essex
to
on
do.
the
I'm
ring.
shitting myself. Look.
Oh.
Oh my god, you're joking. You're lying. No way.
Look, it's a f***ing head.
No, you've edited that. You have to have edited that.
How have I edited it? It's come up
Where's the little
online.
Chinese kid in there?
And then I then walk over. At this point, I then walk in. I walk over to the door because there's someone behind me. And this doesn't show on the live. It's been cut. And I'm straight outside again. So it's like the camera stopped working.
Bro, why is there a Chinese ghost in your yard, bro?
Shocked by what she's seen, Millie shows her friend Tommy what was captured on her live
Why is there a
broadcast.
Chinese
She shows that she
ghost
was
in your
facing
yard,
a
bro?
wall during her live stream and didn't have eyes on the back door. The door seems to open by itself, and Millie's motion sensing backdoor light just doesn't turn on for some reason. Then, creepiest of all, a little who Millie
So
has
that
never
looks
seen
like-
before can be seen just walk.
You've seen the film Mask with Cher. There's a film that Cher was in called Mask. It looks like the kid that played her son. Keyboard. 1985 film. Right. It looks like the kid that Eric Stoltz plays. You tell me that let's take this out. You tell me that that isn't the same kid. It's the same kid. Cher's son subletting. It's the same kid. Based on true story, actually, I think. The same kid.
Walking through the house. Millie claims that she was home all alone that night and has no idea who or what this is. So, what do you think? Is this a real ghost caught on camera? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? Died.
I don't know. I think she's got Eric Stoltz coming round.
What waits
From
at the
1985.
window? Blogger Natalia Valente, along with her mother and a few friends, set out to explore the abandoned Cesario Mota Asylum in Piracicaba, Brazil. Mota Asylum was built in 1973 and served as an institution for patients with severe or violent mental disorders. After many rumors of tragic patient deaths inside the hospital, the asylum was eventually forced to close in the 1990s. Now, it's 30 years later, and the property is said to be extremely haunted, especially the so-called Pink Wing of the asylum. The Pink Wing is on the second floor and is said to be where mentally disturbed children were held. Today, kids' toys and posters can be found scattered throughout the creepy, barren rooms of the Pink Wing.
A gente vai entrar, já chegamos. Tô com medo! Entramos. Gente do céu.
With the tie-dye t-shirt, I think she's been double a Dora the Explorer.
É muito grande. Agora a gente tá indo pra Ala Rosa. A Ala Rosa é a mais pesada que tem. Pra você ter noção, ele veio uma vez e não quer nem descer. A gente tá numa parte onde
After
tem
bed,
vários
bro, already been
brinquedos.
sleeping. No worries, Jay. Much appreciate for your help earlier. I'll probably catch it tomorrow. You're streaming tomorrow, yeah?
Parte de brinquedos.
Guys, if you're not already, make sure
Natalia
you
and
follow
her group
Jay.
explore the Mota Asylum's Pink Wing. Strange things start to happen.
Parte 5
And those
e
toys
essa
are
é a
pretty
Ala
modern for an
Rosa.
asylum now. They might have been taken in as trigger objects.
Jura por Deus, jura.
A lot of paranormal investigators take toys in when there's like ghosts of children as
The
trigger
group
objects
hears
to
a
get the
loud
kids to
bang that
interact with them.
startles Natalia, but they have no idea that they just captured something even more terrifying. Watch closely as they explore just outside the asylum's Pink Wing.
Parte 3 da Ala Rosa, que é a pior ala que tem. Gente, quanto barro no chão.
Is that mud or is that shit?
A
Let's
gente
try
tá
the
indo pros
Explorer.
outros lados, que é bem escondido
Any
dela.
tie-dye t-shirt?
Que é onde o povo ficava, tipo, real presaço. A gente tá indo agora pro necrotério.
Did you see
Did you
that?
see it?
I saw it
Up
upstairs.
in the window, 3 children can be seen watching as they walk around the property. Again, creepiest of all is
Then
that the
wouldn't you
young
want toys
boys
from
we
that time
see are
period, like
actually
in the new
standing
toys?
in the windows of the haunted asylum Pink Wing, the area where disturbed children were kept 30 years ago. So could it be that these children are the spirits of patients who lost their lives inside the asylum? And if not, just who are these boys? Let me know what you think down in the comments. Thanks for watching. If you haven't already, please subscribe and turn on notifications so that you never miss a video. You can also follow me on the
So
socials.
guys,
and say,
if you're not subscribed
hey
to
there,
Nuke's Top
what's
5
up,
on
buddy?
on the YouTube, get yourself following, get yourself subscribed. Alright. That's oh, this is playing again. Shush you, shush. Right. Oh. I'm gonna call it a night. So in the meantime, please follow the raid and go and see Foxy. She's a legend. She is playing a game, Lethal Company. So give her a follow, give her some love, and I'll be back on Tuesday. See you then.